We focus heavily on training our future.
Okay, and then if I could, I mean, kind of core thing, is it really anti-competitive? I mean, what we're hearing here is that you can bid, and if you have a crew you'd like on that project, you say, okay, go over to these trade unions' hiring halls, and we will request you, and you'll come back. So it's kind of a little speed bump, but it gets you in the game, and you bid on it, and you get your people back. So is that anti-competitive?
In a lot of ways, I feel it is. You know, it is, in essence, creates a burden for us that creates more overhead. You know, our retirement accounts are separate. We have 401ks. They have a defined pension. You know, there's a lot of, I would assume there's a lot of, you know, overhead costs that would be burdened by the employer, prohibitive.
So would the person have to pay into their retirement and also yours? I hadn't thought about that.
I believe so.
Well, that'd be weird. Okay, I suppose there's more, but...
Okay.
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. LaFrance. This will have to be it because we are coming up against the time when we have to move into the special meeting.
What are the requirements for the apprenticeship program? How many hours?
It's very similar. We have an 8,000-hour requirement and 4 years of school work for our electrical apprentices and our plumbing apprentices. I believe the carpenters and, you know, the other trades are very similar.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. LaFrance. Thank you, sir. So that's going to be all our time today for this work session. We'll take a 5-minute break if people need to use the restroom or what have you, and then we're going to enter into our special meeting and quasi-judicial hearing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, Forrest.
Hey, Fred, what's up?
Well, I just wanted you to know I'm on.
Great.
Lisa just did that because of the last time he came down and he was kind of being rude about it. He was like, I need that. Why didn't you hand it to me? Okay. Public needs it. Yeah. Get away from here.
All right, call this special meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Today will be a continuation of the quasi-judicial hearing for Alaska Sense in Kennebaska. Madam Clerk, would you please take a roll call?
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yo.
Present. Ms. LaFrance.
Here?
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Croft. Here. Mr. Trainey.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Domboski.
Here.
Mr. Dyson. Chair Dunbar, you have a quorum.
You know, I thought Mr. Dyson was on the line. Are we having some challenges there? I wonder if he's on the line but on mute. Well, okay. All right, with that, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Quinn Davidson, will you lead us in the pledge, please? Nope. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson, and all. Okay, so we're going to start today at the advice of the attorney with disclosures. So first of all, there is sort of a blanket disclosure, which I believe is in the packet already, because we received a high volume of ex parte emails, which we all received to the municipal email address. So we'll disclose them here. Mr. Gates or Ms. Wynn Pearson, is there anything in addition we need to do to disclose those?
Through the chair, I don't believe so, because my understanding is that they have been included in the record as an AIM and also simultaneously distributed to the licensee for their consideration. So at this point, I believe that disclosure is complete, unless there's any member who has had any follow-up communication in response to or related to those emails that they would like to disclose on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn Pearson. That was my intention now. So if there's any additional contact you had with any party other than sort of being the passive recipient of those emails, now would be a great time to disclose them. We'll start with you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So my phone rang this week, and I had a phone call from Mr. Flynn, previously in my seat, who's also a licensee, and he started in on a conversation related to this, but I stopped him and said, we really can't talk about this. And so that's the extent that it went.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, I would like to disclose that I met with Erica McConnell of AMCO on the morning of September 10th, this Monday. The purpose of that was to view the security camera footage that I had been unable to view since I wasn't at the August 31st meeting. The video files are apparently not able to be emailed, so the clerk's office had suggested that I go to the AMCO office where the video footage was to view the videos and arrange for me to arrive at 8:30 a.m. on Monday the 10th. After arranging the meeting, the clerk's office informed me that typically AMCO doesn't open its doors until 9 a.m. to the public, so they suggested that I would need to be let in personally and gave me Erica McConnell's cell phone number so that I could text her when I arrived. I did that. She let me in, and she set me up at a computer with the video files on it. She briefly showed me how to use the program so that I could view the videos on my own, and then gave me an overview of which video numbers corresponded to which footage, which is, I believe, the same overview she gave. I listened into the August 31st meeting. I then asked her a couple of brief clarifying questions about the footage as it related to the audio files. I hadn't yet listened to those, so I asked her how the timing compared. And she stated they were board hearings and told me the approximate dates of when they had occurred. And then she returned to her desk and to her work, and I watched the videos by myself. And when I was done, I left. I didn't receive any substantive information about the footage or otherwise during my visit, nor did I receive or review any other information which other members of the body or the applicant have not had access to through this quasi-judicial process. I don't believe that this visit in any way created a conflict, which would preclude my participation in this matter, but I'm disclosing this fully on the record and ask for a determination by the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Given that is footage that we have all seen, and given that it sounds like your questions to Ms. McConnell were mostly of a sort of almost logistical nature, it is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a conflict. Okay. Any other disclosures? Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After one of the Community and Economic Development Committee meetings when we were first discussing this, I did go over to the business location and parked and walked around the building to see if I could smell anything there, and I didn't. And I didn't go inside and talk to anyone, so there was no communication. But I just wanted to, I didn't realize that we'd get into a quasi-judicial situation over this, and so I don't think it has any conflict, but I just thought I should disclose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. For some reason, I thought you would already disclose that, but at any rate, as a ruling of the chair, you do not have a conflict in this issue. All right. So with that, go ahead, Mr. Croft. If anybody wants to, we've got the system, the request to speak system up and running now too.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson reminded me, I did discuss with Erica. It was mainly at the time where we were wondering whether the video could come over and whether there were difficulties in that, whether there was a virus. I think somebody said at one point that the state system had. Anyway, so I did talk to Erica about that, and then we talked, but it was mainly about quasi-judicial proceedings in general and how they handle them and how we might reform our system, only very peripherally about the Kanabasca and how we get that video. And then I reviewed those, some of those emails that have come across, but I know you're handling that en masse.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. It is ruling the chair that you do not have a conflict. Okay. So at this time, I think we need a motion to move the, we have items 4A and 4B already before us. The first is resolution number AR 2018-252S as amended, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M10237 for Alaska Sense LLC, doing business as Alaska Sense. Our public hearing is already closed. Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might, Mr. Gates and I have worked together to attempt to draft documents which should help to with the flow of your conversation, and I would request that you start the consideration of each license by moving the S1 version which we've drafted. I believe Ms. Honest can start distribution of the S1 version of the I think we're on the cultivation license at this point.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Demboski?
Yeah, a little problem here. Nobody's given me an S1 version.
That's a good point. Is there some way to get that, perhaps via email, to Ms. Demboski and Mr. Dyson?
I can certainly email it to both of them right now if they have access to email.
Ms. Demboski, do you have access?
If you'll get the email address that I'm using from Lisa, that would be helpful.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Before we move forward, let's do that, because I don't feel comfortable having us move forward without our members having a copy in their hands. So I guess while we're waiting here for the attorneys as well, so my understanding is we're going to move the S1 version, hopefully, and then there's a series of amendments that we've drafted, that a number of the colleagues have drafted with you. Do we have those in some packet form that for some reason I don't have, or do we not print those out yet? Okay. Why don't can we do that simultaneously? Can someone try to print those out? And I'd like them to be given kind of in a packet form, so we do have them. Okay, great. So the people can see all of them at once and sort of weigh the different amendments in their head. And has the respondent received a copy? Okay, when those are distributed, give them to the respondent as well. Ms. Dombosky, have you received that email yet?
Not yet. I'm waiting for it.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm still compiling things, adding things to the email. I'll send it to. I'm going to send it right now.
Okay.
The chair.
Yeah.
How many amendments do we have, roughly?
I do not know. Ms. Honest, how many? We have 5?
5.
5 amendments. And of course, those will also be emailed to Ms. Dombosky at the same time? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've sent those out. There's also a corresponding AM with an attached draft accusation, which relates to this license, which you may consider at the conclude. If you elect to renew the license, you may consider that as well. And I've sent that to Ms. Dombosky and Mr. Dyson as well, and should be distributed.
I got mine.
Okay, great. Well, we haven't heard from Mr. Dyson yet. I don't know if he's online. Okay. All right. Well, I think we have. Did you say something, Mr. Weddleton, before we move these?
Yeah. One thing is we got from Alaska Sense and Canabasca their proposal for punishment. Is that something that
That's a
Ms.
good point.
Dombosky and Dyson can get? And in any case, so this is in front of us now. This to be something that we think is reasonable, we have to put into amendment mode somehow. Probably not today. Are we on a deadline?
If we don't get through this today, then we can do another special meeting. But keep in mind that on September 22nd, if we don't take final action, their license expires.
Okay.
At the state level.
Thanks.
So have the attorneys seen this additional document that was just handed to us by Canabasca Alaska Sense?
Mr. Chair, we just received it as well. I have not yet reviewed it comprehensively. I just have skimmed it.
Is this something else we need to disclose, or is this sort of sufficiently in the record by being handed to us in the quasi-judicial hearing?
I believe this is sufficiently in the record. Was provided by the licensee, right?
Okay.
This is their request. So,
Okay.
Can the licensee nod if she sent it to all assembly members?
Oh, you haven't emailed it?
No, I only emailed it to the clerk because I didn't want to create any ex parte contact, so I emailed it to Mandy and then brought physical copies that were passed out by your staff.
Mandy, could you make sure that that document gets to the email address that Ms. Dombosky is currently using, and Mr. Dyson? Ms. Honest is nodding her head yes. Okay. All right, let's actually get the version in front of us now. So could someone please move the S1 version?
Move the S1.
Can I have a second? Moved and seconded. Okay, we are now discussing the S1 version. And at this time, so we have...
Which one? I'm sorry, we're on the... I want to make sure I got the right. Retail or we're cultivation?
Cultivation is first this time. So we have cultivation before us. What's that? What's that?
No.
No, it's not. It's cultivation this time. Is there, you're holding up a piece of paper, I don't.
Oh, no, you're correct. I concur with the chair. At least the agenda I have in front of me states that the cultivation license is considered first.
Okay. So have the amendments been distributed? Can you distribute the amendments now and also provide a copy to the Respondents' Council?
Mr. Dunbar?
Oh, hello, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. When was the S1 version sent?
It was just distributed. So we'll make sure that same email that went to Ms. Dombosky goes to you. Was it already sent, Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I sent it to Mr. Dyson at the same time that I sent it to Ms. Domboski, which was 3 minutes ago.
Make sure that mine goes to the email I use, which is freddyson39, all lowercase, at gmail.com.
That is the email address that I used.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson.
Okay, I'll look for it. Thank you.
Okay. So, all right, so we have the S1, we have the amendments before us. Ms. Wint-Pearson, could you perhaps, I don't know if it was you or Ms. Honest, sort of describe the order in which these amendments are given and whether you have a recommended order in which to take them up?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, I can speak to that. My recommendation, so what the S1 version does is it essentially gives you a clean slate to start from. It removes the findings related to the state proceeding, which we were determined in the last meeting that they are moot at this point because the state has issued their final decision on those counts. And it also unchecks the boxes that were previously checked, with the grounds for that being that it was that I had failed to advise you previously that checking those boxes under the code necessitates that you reach the conclusion of denial of the license. And so it effectively gives you a clean slate to start with. My recommendation, looking at the various amendments that are on the table, is that you start your discussion by considering Mr. Croft's amendment, which takes a slightly different path than all of the other amendments and changes the timeline for all of the other amendments, which can still be added if you do vote in favor of Mr. Croft's amendment. And then once you've done that, you may turn to the other amendments in whatever order you choose. They all impose conditions on the license, which assuming renewal with conditions.
And do all of these amendments, where's Ms. Honest? Sorry. Oh, hey, sorry. Just to make sure. All these amendments go with the cultivation license, is that correct?
Yes, all of these amendments go with the cultivation license. We have prepared a separate set of amendments which go with the retail license, which you will consider next.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I wonder if, Ms. Honest, are you familiar with all of these amendments?
Through the chair, I am not. Becky and Dean were the ones that drafted them.
So I know this is a little bit unusual, but because we just received these, could you describe sort of all of them, just a very brief description of all of them before we start taking them up, so we kind of know the kind of plethora of options we're going to work through?
Certainly, I think that collaboratively, Dean and I could give you a brief overview. To start with, Mr. Croft's amendment makes a series of findings justifying denial of the license pursuant to the code, and then issues a determination that the Assembly denies renewal at this time, but waives your right of further review for a reapplication. So it effectively permits delegates to the clerk the capacity to grant to reinstate the license at any date after December 15th, 2018. As we've discussed previously, suspension is not an appropriate remedy at this time, but you do, through this proceeding, have the right to deny the license if you make findings sufficient to reach that standard under the code. That's what this does. And then you also have the authority to grant a renewed license. This effectively says that you, at this time, determine that you would grant a new license for this licensee at any time after December 15th, and allows the clerk to take that action as provided in the code. Each of the other amendments supports renewal with various conditions, and I think Mr. Gates is probably better suited than I am at this point to summarize the various different conditions imposed by those various different amendments.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, are you prepared to briefly describe the 4 other amendments? Or 5 other amendments? That's 4.
I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be, I suppose. Thank you, Mr. Chair. These other condition amendments, I'm going to call them condition amendments. These were received in a brief from different Assembly members, and we tried to put them together so that they will merge well with the resolution and be capable of implementation. And so the first one, I guess, at least in my stock, is LaFrance Amendment number 1, and Ms. LaFrance requested that that the licensee, its employees and agents are required to cooperate with any inspections, SNAP inspections, and that there be consequences for failure to do so immediately. So if an inspection is refused, the clerk may summarily suspend the license and follow the process in code in 1088-25, and perhaps start a revocation proceeding as well. So that just goes to the code process for suspension and revocation. And her second condition from Ms. LaFrance is waste disposal, requiring strict compliance with all waste disposal procedures and any investigation that shows non-compliance resulting in summarily suspension by the municipal clerk. And next we have a condition amendment from Ms. Quinn Davidson. This one is also related to submitting to inspections and suffering consequences for failure to cooperate within inspection. Ms. Quinn Davidson requires monthly inspections for 6 months and a report to the Assembly Community and Economic Development Committee. The committee could then make a recommendation, depending on the information they receive, on a refused inspection. Ms. Quinn Davidson also requires that the licensee be responsible to pay for the costs of inspections. The inspector, code enforcement officer's time, and so forth. The next one we have is Mr. Rivera's amendments. He has 3 he wanted to address. One was waste disposal, also requiring strict compliance with waste disposal. The second was odor of marijuana. There were several odor violations. He wanted to make sure that those were addressed and that any detection of odor by code enforcement would have to be addressed in good faith immediately or suffer consequences. And the third condition for Mr. Rivera was record keeping and ensuring that any audit clearly shows a match between the physical inventory and the record keeping inventory, and that any violations is, grounds for further action. Let's see. Next, we have Mr. Weddleton's amendment. Mr. Weddleton, he proposes a condition that renews this license for 3 months, and that's all, and then requiring a renewal again, I guess around December 14th.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, a couple if I could, just on the,
Sure.
You want to go one amendment at a time? Or just
Well, I think the plan now is to, on the advice of Ms. Wynn Pearson, if Mr. Croft wants to introduce his amendment, we'll move his first and we'll have a robust discussion about that. And then, that will kind of determine whether or not we go through which of the other 4.
Okay, that's
Okay.
better. Do that.
Mr. Croft, do you wish to move your amendment?
I would. Mr. Rivera and I have worked on it together a lot over the last week, and so if he still wants to, we can make it Rivera and Croft.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Do you move that?
So I'll move Rivera and Croft Amendment number 1.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Trainee. Okay, moved and seconded this. So we are now discussing Mr. Croft's amendment. So we've heard a brief description of it, but Mr. Croft, why don't you go into a little more depth and also present your thinking. Actually, before we do that, so Ms. Wynn Pearson, I know that we have to justify what we're doing, To what degree does it have to be reflected in our ongoing discussion, or can, sort of the what's written in these amendments suffice?
Through the chair, the amendments are drafted to provide you with sufficient justification for the action you'd like to take, and you may certainly tweak them. This one in particular, explicit findings of fact are required and are required to be tied to the provisions of the code if you elect to deny renewal of the license, which this amendment does. And there are drafted written findings in this amendment that are tied to each relevant provision of the law. You can clearly tweak them during your discussion if you would like to, but you do need to make sure that those findings remain in there if you elect not to renew the license.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. All right, so we'll start with you, Mr. Croft, and then we'll go. We have several people in the queue.
Thank you. So amendment number 1, as Ms. Wynn Pearson says, checks 3 different boxes: that the issuance of the license will adversely impact the health, welfare, or public safety of the neighborhood in which the marijuana establishment is proposed to be located, or otherwise would not be in the interest of the public, That's new, if you will, from our recommendations. And then the two that we have had checked in various S versions, that the licensee has been operated in violation of a condition or restriction the Assembly previously imposed, and that the applicant committed prohibited acts referenced in Section 10.05.020. And I asked Ms. Wynn-Pearson, and she did an excellent job as usual, and Mr. Gates likely as well, on only including allegations of violations and other conduct that had been admitted by the licensee. That is, there's a lot of different allegations around. Each one of these is tied to really 4 points, all of which have been admitted as violations. That is, refusing an investigation, and in our prohibited acts section 10.05.020, it is unlawful to A, B, C, D, E is for any person to obstruct, impede, or otherwise refuse to allow an administrative inspection authorized in 10.10.50. They admitted that they had, and we watched the video showing them refusing an inspection. I'll come back to that because in my opinion that's the most serious admission and allegation and then admission, and it goes to the heart of our compliance program. But in addition, they admitted that they violated the waste disposal program, didn't have a sufficient one and didn't follow it. The odor violations that they have agreed they did violate, and the tax violation that they're now on a payment plan. But that's why you'll see in here including violations, so on the first page under the first heading, violations of municipal waste disposal, inspection, and odor restrictions, violations of state tax, waste disposal, and inspection requirements. So 4 different categories. I intentionally did not include, though I think it's troubling, the inventory violation that led to a suspension. For 2 reasons. It's a little bit harder to track, and there's some more room for disagreement on it, and it applied to the retail license. We're dealing with the cultivation license. I do believe that at some level of conduct, we can legitimately say this licensee, a licensee has done so many things that we are going to take action on all of your licenses. We're so worried about you as an actor. But I don't intend to do that. I have no amendments to the retail operation. So I'm solely confining myself to cultivation ones, allegations under that license, and consequences for that license. The main difference, as was described here, is this has an actual denial of the renewal and then an allowance for a speedy, if you will, or automatic after a period of deferment, 3 months later, they would have their license back. So it takes it away, but has a process to come back quickly if they haven't materially changed their operation. So the central question, I think, of the amendment is not whether they have done these things. Those are admitted, and under our provisions as we have them now, though there's many assembly members who have an interest in changing the will imposed to might or can, but right now under our law, it says we shall deny a renewal. For very minor violations, or in the past, we have not typically done that. So somebody has fixed a thing that quickly that was a minor violation. We haven't imposed that on the will. I think we can exercise our discretion, and here I think we should to deny for those admitted violations for their seriousness. The distinction is whether what we did in suspension means we can only do that through a suspension. You've heard Ms. Wynn-Pearson say this is not a suspension action, and we have not brought it forward as a suspension action. I believe that the broad language of our we can renew or not renew, issue a new license or not, approve a transfer or not, all 3 of those actions that happen either with the change of a license or granting or the renewal, that we have broad authority, and we have clarified that to say we can impose any condition. That us in addition saying we can suspend a license midterm, if you will, doesn't deprive us of something that deferment of renewal, which is similar to a suspension. Other attorneys may have a different opinion, and Ms. Wynn-Pearson has described how it would be safer if you want to do something like this, a deferment or suspension, to initiate the suspension proceedings and have both before us. That takes a 15-day delay. So the safest of all procedures, if you want this type of consequence, says Ms. Wynn-Pearson, and I believe she's right, the safest procedure is to initiate suspension and wait 15 days. So I just wanted to put that out there. But this is second safest, if you will, a denial, which we clearly have the power to do, possibly even the obligation to do, and saying, but we'll allow you to come back in this manner. So now just briefly to why I think this is the appropriate solution, not some of the others proposed. The lack of a waste disposal program, or not following it really, the repeated odor violations and the tax consequences, while semi-serious in their own right, are not the crux of the matter for me. I think they took too long to solve them. Each of those individually probably wouldn't be enough. Maybe all three of them in total might be enough. But the heart of the matter remains for me the refusal of inspection. The inspection is the core of a compliance program. We have on tape, and I served for 2 years as a municipal prosecutor. This evidence is just amazing and relatively incontrovertible. We saw, and there's photographic proof of, you can't get in the locks, whether it's having the wrong key or them being frozen. They refuse 3 times to have it cut. The inspectors leave, and it does get opened. And bags are taken out and put away, bags that we will never know what was in them. The assertion from the defense side has been, from the licensee, that they were a violation. That is, what was in there was a violation. That was these root balls, the kind of lowest level of violation. But we'll never know, because they did not keep them, present them, shut the door immediately and relock it and have them come back. They did the opposite. They did whatever they did with those bags, and we'll never know, called for the trash to be dumped, the dumpster to be emptied, and when the inspectors got there, it was emptied. At the core of our system is inspection and cooperation with those inspections, and we have photographic evidence of them both denying it and then disposing of the evidence. It is, in my opinion, the most egregious thing you can do under this system. You can make mistakes, and those will happen, and if you try in good faith to fix them, that's one thing. This is not that thing, and it demands a consequence of significance. And I've talked too long, but one aspect of the defense, the very able defense, but one aspect of it continues to bug me, this assertion that we are a large player, right? We make revenues of $6 million a year. We are 10% of the tax revenue. We employ 35 people. I don't think this assembly, and I won't, give any different treatment to a mom and pop operator or a medium-sized operator than the largest operator, if that's what they are. This we're too big to fail argument should be rejected by us, I think. It should have no bearing. Whether we lose tax revenue from this is not what we're here to decide. It's do these violations, are they serious? Do they go to the heart of our inspection program? And because I think they do, there needs to be a consequence. I frankly had a 6-month deferral originally, but I do think 3 months is fair and appropriate. So with that, I'd urge support for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Croft said this better than I can, but taking a look at his evidence, I'll support this amendment. Because quite frankly, when you look at the hearing, Then for the administrative officer, page 122. The question was, who said they could not cut it off? It wasn't an employee. It was Miss Warden herself that said, no, it could not be cut off. And then they managed to open it up, and then we see on the video employees come in taking bags out. Now, they told us that was roots that were done, but the waste management plan requires the roots to be ground down too to unusual portions. I'm talking about unusual portions. There were flowers and buds right there on the ground. And they talk about people coming in to steal it. Well, they're coming in to harvest it because it's on the ground. Their waste management plan was pathetic. Now, I heard their attorney, who I appreciate her view on things, but she said, we self-identified the problem. Nowhere in here do they self-identify anything. The inspectors came there. They found the marijuana product usable on the ground. And they said, well, it was because our rendering system wasn't working. And then they wanted to see the system, the machine. They couldn't find that. Well, maybe we're using home blender to do this. I was looking at this. I think the only thing we can do is Mr. Croft's amendment. I don't care whether you like marijuana, don't like marijuana. It doesn't matter to me. This is a matter of following the law. The law says you've got to do all these things if you're going to be in this business. The same if you're a gun dealer. There's rules you have to go through to be in that business. With marijuana, there are rules, and they violated them. And so we need to take some corrective action. And I don't care, as he was saying, whether they're a big corporation or a little corporation. We do the same thing to any entity coming in here. So I'll be supporting Mr. Croft's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I think that all of it's reasonable except the time frame. I think the time frame is effectively a death sentence to a business, especially a business that has any kind of financing related to it, that has payments due at a time specific. And so I, at this point, can't support this as it's written. And I think that at the core, Mr. Croft is right. The heart of the problem is that refusal to allow the inspection and the actions that followed after that. And I also agree with Mr. Croft that this body has the right to cease this operation with this decision. I was a community member that demanded this body act against an entity that had zero violations of record. And in fact, because of the nature and the problems that their business created for the public, this body in fact did act, and that action caused the closure of a business that was sustained. And so it's, I believe, well within the power of this body to do that. But in my contemplation of all of the facts of this case, I continue to look for an actual demonstration of harm to the public. An actual demonstration of harm. Other than a bureaucratic rule that was not agreed to, other than a compliance rule that they agree that they made a mistake, they paid the penalties for, and have been, in my opinion, sufficiently tasked to come to grips with the facts of how they operated. And I think that this refusal to allow the inspection is as much our problem as it is theirs, and we have yet to move to change our code to address this problem, because the code as written says you may, for $500, refuse an inspection. And we need to fix that, because in a way, this is the system we set up. And so if I were to support this, 3 months is absolutely too much, in my opinion. It would be, in my opinion, parallel to what the state did, and that would be 9 days, would be about all that I could imagine that we would have the reasonable right to expect if we're going to go this way, to see them out of business. But we would also have to amend this to allow them to continue their cultivation business so as not to lose the investment that they have growing at this time. All of that said, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. I look at that word judicial, and at the heart of it is judgment and judiciousness. And the question that I asked at the beginning of the hearing the other day was, what does it say to the public if we do nothing, or to the other entities in this business? But the last question I asked was, and what does it say to the public and to the businesses if we punish them for acts that they already admitted to in such a way that we incentivize people not to be honest. And so I think that the act of judiciousness that we have before us, the good judgment, the wisdom that we need to bring to this question is, what is the line between a firm discipline and good reason? And that's the line I think we need to hew. And so I can't support a 3-month closure of this business, because any way you shake it, that's the death to this business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Boy, as I've listened to my comments have grown. I kind of dispense with this, though they admitted to. In fact, they did admit to it, but they got busted, and they go, yeah. I mean, who knows what happened? They didn't come forward with it. We got a picture in the packet provided previously that showed the dumpster with all kinds of waste in front of it. I don't recall hearing, we found this broken into, it was all out there, and we reported that this had happened, and we find it now. So, they knew that there was marijuana loose around the dumpster, and they weren't reporting it. They admitted to what they were caught doing. So it's real different than doing it prior on their own. Also, Mr. Constant's comment that there was no demonstration of harm to the public. This is such a heavily regulated industry because they sell mind-altering drugs. And we don't know that the people breaking regularly into their dumpsters weren't finding stuff, and maybe they were kids. And we were really focused on keeping kids away from mind-altering drugs. And we just don't know. We just know it was available. So there could have been harm in that regard that we just don't know about. But those are what popped into my head, the questions. I think one for Ms. Wynn-Pearson is, regarding findings. I think they're presented in the different amendments probably well, except for mine. But is it something that we can verbally do stuff and it would be is on the record, or is that not appropriate? It needs to be specifically in the amendments or in the ordinance?
Through the chair, you may also make findings on the record verbally as well if this were to be appealed. Both the record of this proceeding and the written findings and conclusions of the body would be considered by the court. I tend to like to have things written down in the actual final document, simply because when I've dealt with these things in court, sometimes it's like, well, was that a finding of the body or not, if it's made orally? So it's cleaner if you were to add it to the amendment, and we could put it in writing, but you can do both legally.
Okay. All right, thank you. And so back to this amendment. I think I misunderstood. I kind of see this is kind of sort of like a suspension, but you were saying that it would be best if this were done that we also initiate suspension? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, go ahead and respond to that, Mr. Croft.
So there's a disagreement amongst the lawyers. I'll just say my view, and then Ms. Wynn-Pearson can say hers, or Mr. Gates. I think their views are very similar. My view is we do not have to, that when we said we have the power to renew, transfer, or issue a new license, and we can put conditions generally on it, and then somewhat later reaffirmed our right to suspend or revoke, which is the language we used when there's a license out there and we see conduct and we pull it back, that did not mean to imply we couldn't do a suspension-like thing in a renewal or a new license or a transfer. We didn't take away our whole suspension power and put it in this one pocket called suspension up there. It's to have a different word. I'm calling this a deferment of their renewal power or a delay. But their view is, and I'll let them speak for themselves, that because of that suspension power, and it has specific things that you need to do, as it should when you're going to take somebody, you issued a license and they're operating under that license, and you're about to grab it and say stop. It has some specific parameters, 15 days notice of it. You have a specific form you have to file. If you're going to shut them down, you have to have hearing within a certain amount of time. All those things are appropriate. I just don't think they should or did get in the way of our power to craft a renewal strategy. But I'll let them speak to the other view.
Ms. Wynn-Pearson, do you want to respond to that? Or?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. And actually, I don't think I'm entirely out of alignment with Mr. Croft. My advice to this body has been previously and remains that you cannot impose a suspension per se through a license renewal process, because what that would look like is you renewing and then somehow imposing suspension as a condition, which I think does not actually comply with the requirements of due process set by the code. What this amendment does is it exercises the Assembly's authority to decline renewal of the license, which is very clearly delineated in code, and it makes findings sufficient to allow you to make that determination. It then subsequently grants Assembly approval of a reinstatement. 1080-005 states that the clerk will issue marijuana licenses upon approval of the Assembly. And basically this document says, we've pre-approved, we agree. If nothing changes about this business, we are granting our approval to a reinstatement of the license on or after December 15th, and we delegate to the clerk the ability under the code to do that. So the only thing I would say is I use the terminology slightly differently. This is not a deferred renewal, this is a denial of renewal and a subsequent approval of a new reinstated license, both of which are separate powers held by the Assembly under the code.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Weldon, do you have any further questions or comments?
No, I guess, well, we have, the other amendments tend to be, I think, renew for a spell, but start the suspension process.
No suspension.
No, the other amendments coming forward. So this would replace those essentially. So, okay, or at least mine does. I'm sorry, I don't know what the other do. Mine did. This kind of gets us to the same place more, it's actually easier, somewhat. Okay, so the question here would be is 3 months. That's what I'm hearing then. So we could amend that 3 months to something different. Is that correct?
You could certainly offer an amendment to an amendment.
Okay, so I'd make I appreciate Mr. Croft doing this. Actually, it's very clever. I'm comfortable with it. But I would say make it 1 month instead of 3. So I move to amend the 3 month to 1 month.
Is there a second for that amendment?
Or not?
Okay.
I'll second it for discussion at least.
Okay, so now we are discussing Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment to change the time frame from 3 months to 1 month. Discussion on that. There's a whole new.
Oh shoot.
I don't really want to go. Let me think here. Shoot, we have so many people in the queue. It's a little bit difficult to tell who wants to talk to that. Why don't you give me a little hand raise if you want to speak to this specifically, to this amendment to the amendment.
I'm raising my hand.
Okay. We'll start with you, Ms. Domboski, and then we'll go to Mr. Peterson, then Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was looking at this initial amendment, I would be inclined to support Mr. Croft. However, if it was going to fail, I was going to ask to reconsider the amendment and then change the time frame. My personal druthers is I frankly, after watching the video, I would just flat out revoke their license. So for me, this is a big concession saying just 3 months. That's all I'll say about it, but if my preference would have been to wait and just vote on Mr. Croft just to see where the body lays. But clearly we have another amendment in front of us, so we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what Mr. Constance said earlier is correct. Anything over a week or 10 days of suspension is the death penalty for this business. They have many obligations out there financially. They can't go to a lending institution to borrow capital to tide them over. And because this is a new industry and it's not accepted nationwide at this point. And so I will not be supporting a 30-day suspension. A week or 10 days, I would support an amendment like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Traney, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this amendment because, quite frankly, our obligation is not to this business. While I appreciate what they do, our obligation is to the public. And they violated that obligation by how they operated their business. If you have the time, look at attachment H, get down to page 253, and take a look at the whole procedure that went through. They were not going to let them look inside that dumpster. Product was found on the ground that had THC. It was smokable product, and it should be sold, not thrown on the ground. And they talk about they had a problem with people coming to go through the garbage can. Well, of course they did, because people knew they would find it there. So I'm against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Croft, I'm going to hand you my gavel so I can ask a question here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I was going to ask this question regarding to the main amendment, but I think I need to ask it now because as we continue to have this discussion. So for Ms. Honest and Ms. Wynne-Pearson, I'm curious about the interplay between what we do here and the state license. So if we deny, if we deny or defer, using the preferred nomenclature of Mr. Croft, this license, and let's say it's the full 3 months, does that mean they have to go and reapply or do anything like that at the state, or can their state license essentially be held in stasis until they can resume operations on their municipal license?
Through the chair, my understanding is that the state license would terminate if the municipal license is if the renewal is denied. I had to say this is we're in uncharted territory both here and on the state level. This is a new industry. This is a new structure, and so I cannot attest to how exactly the state might handle this particular solution proposed by the municipality, proposed by the assembly. But my understanding is that under state law, it is crafted such that if a municipal license is terminated or it is not renewed, the state license correspondingly terminates.
And would your interpretation be that what we're using these new terms, right? Mr. Croft's amendment theoretically defers rather than terminates the license. But another way to look at it is it terminates and then renews the license. So which of those do you think the state will take?
I mean, it is drafted as a non-renewal and then a reinstatement. It is not drafted as a temporary suspension. It's drafted as a non-renewal. And I'm not sure if the state would say, well, we can look at this more like a suspension or not. But the way it is crafted, you are denying renewal and then you are pre-granting approval of a reinstatement request.
Ms. Honest, do you have anything to add to that?
I might have a question, and maybe Becky can clarify, but if the assembly waived the protest of the state renewal and then just dealt with the municipal license, could that work?
That's a good question. You're saying that they would waive, it would say, we waive our protest pending reinstatement of the license on or after December 15th. I mean, I think we could then convey the message to the state that we are not asking them to terminate the license, but lodging a conditional protest that we would see as lifted on December 15th. How they would treat that, again, we're in new territory, but we could certainly craft it that way with the intent to convey to the state the message that you are lodging what is effectively a conditional protest and that you would lift on or after December 15th.
So this to me is sort of a dispositive question, whether or not I can support what Mr. Croft is doing, which I think is what he's doing. I really appreciate, and I think we have the legal authority to do it. I agree with him on that, and I sort of agree with my other colleagues that say that 3 months is too harsh. But it doesn't really matter if it's a week or 3 months. If it automatically kills the state license, then I think we have probably ended their business. Because it would take them quite a long time to get their state license back, I think. I don't think there's anyone here from the state that we can question, unfortunately. And so what that means practically for me is I'm going to vote against this amendment because I am sufficiently worried about that potential collateral consequence. But unfortunately, I am operating under, and we all are, I think, a sort of lack of information from the state and how this would play out at the state. So, but for now, I'm going to oppose the amendment to the amendment because and I'm going to oppose the underlying amendment as well. And if the underlying amendment does pass, I hope we come back and have a more robust discussion about this exact question. And that's it for me. And then I think we have Mr. Constant in the queue on this. Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just 2 brief points. One, it dawns on me that I heard the maker of the amendment reference working with another member on the crafting of the amendment. And I was under the impression that in the process of this quasi-judicial proceeding that we were not to talk with other members of the body or the public or other interested parties related to this question and concern. Because if I had known that I could work with another member, I probably would have spent a couple days working with someone like Mr. Peterson, who I know agrees with me on the matter in general, and would have probably come up with a more strategic approach to ensuring that we're fair and judicious in the application of our power and our rights under this rule. And so I just would put that in the record that I have concerns how even this document was crafted.
So I was under I was under the impression that actually that wasn't the case, that the one group of people we were allowed to talk to within the constraints of the Open Meetings Act was other assembly members. Ms. Wynn-Pearson, what's your interpretation?
Through the chair, yes, that was the advice that I previously provided to this body on the record, that the way that the code is crafted, 360, states that you are not to communicate with members of the public or with the applicant, but that you are permitted to communicate with municipal staff who are advising you with respect to your decision, and that you are permitted to, there's no restriction on communication within the body except that imposed by the Open Meetings Act. So those same restrictions apply.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion about the amendment to the amendment, which was made by Mr. Weddleton to reduce it from 3 months to 1 month?
Yeah,
Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I do have a question because I'm puzzled. I did not know that a state license was so closely tied to the city license, because a state can give a license for any of these marijuana operations. I mean, some places in the state don't have local licensing, and so you can get licensed just through the state. Isn't that correct? I mean, and we don't do our license until they get one from the state. So, I mean, we could do this. The state's license, it seems to me, would presumably stay alive, and we just wouldn't have. They couldn't operate because we don't have one, because that's our rule here. So I don't see how this would trigger a problem with the state's license.
If the attorneys would attempt to answer that the best they can, and then I have Mr. Croft in the queue.
Through the chair, we're working on crafting an amendment right now, which we think is the best solution we can offer, which is that you would issue a conditional protest as part of this. It would further amend the S1 version and state that as part of this, you're issuing a conditional protest that you will lift when the license is reinstated in accordance with the terms of the S1 version. And we think that conveys to the state the message you're trying to convey, and should hopefully pass legal muster. Again, we can't attest to what the state will do with that, because that is the state's prerogative, but we believe that conveys the Assembly's message, and we would suggest adoption of that if you would like to not impact the state license.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Can I speak to the amendment then?
Yeah, absolutely. Then we'll go to Mr. Croft.
Okay, so I do think that 30 days could destroy this company. 90 days, 30 days would be extremely hard. Why not just shut them down despite, they've shown some pretty crazy bad behavior. But I've also looked at, they did deal with through the state, and they paid $15,000 in fines for this and the waste disposal. They paid $1,000 to us, which is kind of what our fine was, for refusal of inspection, which I agree is ridiculously soft. But they've already been through that, so we're kind of stacking more on there, which I don't think is unreasonable. But I think the previous actions and our $1,000 penalty for refusal to inspect kind of, I think, unfortunately sends a message that you're kind of done at that point. So I'd feel uncomfortable shutting them down. If we change our codes so we say, you refuse to inspect, you're done, I would, without hesitance, have done it in this case. So, but I'm just not comfortable destroying them kind of based with that background, because they have kind of dealt with other punishments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Was that for or against your own amendment?
That was for.
Okay. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I think we can do more on this on the state. The conditioner waiver, we can just say we waive our protest to the state. We asserted our own authority over marijuana licenses. We don't do what we do in alcohol, where we have kind of a contribution, advice to their alcohol license. We wanted this exact authority so we could make this determination. The state can do what it wants. We can signal to them, that's your business. We don't take any opinion on it. We do not protest your state license. We act on our own license, and they need both. and we're going to do so with our own evidence and values and defending our own community. So I think that would be the cleanest and would give the clearest indication to the state, you make your own decision as well, but we will make ours. I'll support this amendment, even though I think we clearly have a wide gulf here on what we think is appropriate. Support it only because I think it would be a tremendous shame and very bad for our community if we did anything but this. That is, if we did any of the others, appreciate their work, but all of them start from the premise your license is renewed. And with this conduct, if we renew a license, I think we are sending a horrible signal to this operator and to every other operator that you can, if you've got something serious to hide, there's really not that much of a consequence. There's $1,000 and you can come back and get your license. There's a variety of conditions and things we want to jump through. But I don't want us to say that. I think it's extremely dangerous for us to say that. And so even though I think a month is inadequate, if it's what it takes to say you refuse, you will not get a renewal for a period of time, then I'll support it.
Is there, Mr. Constant, is there anyone online want to speak to? We're still talking about the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Constant?
Mr. Dunbar?
What's that?
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, Amy, and then we'll go to Mr. Constant.
Okay, thank you. No, I agree with Mr. Croft on both points that he just made. Number one, this is exactly the reason why we set up a dual license process, because we did not want to be held hostage to whatever the state thinks is best for us. And so, again, if this amendment passes, I'm fine with waiving the protest at the state because we do have control over the municipal license. And I agree. I think it is inadequate, only 1 month. Frankly, I don't care if this ends up killing their business because I think the violation is so severe that I think it is detrimental. And Mr. Constant made the point that there's been no demonstration of harm. I disagree. And I think the demonstration of harm is if we do nothing over someone who fails to allow the inspectors to inspect and then intentionally gets that dumpster dumped before they can get back. I think that was the most egregious thing that I saw. And with that said, I think the harm would be done is if we undermine our code enforcement and our ability to enforce the law, which is exactly what I think would happen if we do not hold people's feet to the fire when something this egregious happens. So even though I think 1 month is inadequate, I will support the amendment because I think Mr. Croft hit the nail on the head exactly. I think we're talking about the municipal license, but I also our ability to control what's going on there. But I think the message has to be sent that we take inspections seriously and we take destroying and hiding evidence seriously. And I don't think it's something this body should tolerate, period. And so even though I think 1 month is inadequate, I want to make sure that there is some sort of ramifications of what they did. So I will support it. I don't like it, but I'll support it. Specifically because I think the overlying message is more important than what the actual time frame is.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Constant, you were in the queue.
Yep, thank you. A couple of things. Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Demboski both spoke of harms. The harm that Mr. Weddleton spoke of was we don't know what happened, so something could have happened with the trash outside of the dumpster, right? We don't know, but something could have happened. And I think what I just heard Ms. Demboski speak about is that, well, there may be harm because other people might do something because of this, but none of those to me reach a standard of an actual measurable harm. Nothing concrete and specific. But for me to support this, I think 9 days is really the standard I'm going to hold to. I think 9 days would be fair. It's parallel to the state. It's not mandated by the state, but it's a penalty that I think is within reason. But I do still question that if we do this, then does it cause an automatic destruction of this license? And if that's what we're going to do, then I think we should be honest and just take that vote instead of kind of doing it kind of halfway and backwards and then doing a pirouette and then calling it what it is. Because that's, if this weren't kind of acceptable by the state in their process, then it is just a dance to get to the same end.
So I'm going to ask I'm just going to ask something of you and Mr. Peterson. In case you were thinking of offering an amendment to the amendment, could you please allow us to vote on the amendment to the amendment first?
I'm waiting.
And then we could take another shot at
I'm waiting.
Time frame. Okay.
But but before we get there,
Yeah.
I think really the issue you hit on, Mr. Dunbar, is that if in fact what we're doing with this vote causes the state to revoke their license, then that is a death sentence of this business. And we have that power, but we should exercise that power forthrightly if that is what the will of the body is, not in a de facto way.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the initiative was passed to the state, we were told that we were going to be regulating marijuana the way that we regulated alcohol in this state. And if a liquor store or bar that has a liquor license or a beer and wine license, say they happen to get caught selling liquor or beer to a minor, they don't get closed down for the first offense. They're fined, and it's on their license. So if it happens in the future, they might be able to have their license revoked. And I believe selling beer or liquor to a minor is a much more serious situation than a failed garbage inspection or a refusal for a garbage inspection. And I just believe it's too severe. A 30-day suspension. There's no way financially that a business like this could survive, and I just don't feel it's fair and judicious. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Getting back to where we're heading, there are two different licenses. One is the state license. And I don't care what the state does with their license. I do care about the city one. We wrote this law specifically so we didn't get in the same problem you were talking about with alcohol. Alcohol has complete control over, state has complete control over alcohol. We're nice people to listen to, but they ignore us from time to time. We made sure with this one we're absolute when it comes to the license you have to have. You have to have both the state and the city to operate. If the state gives them one, we're not going to deal with the state. That's a different agency. We can deal with our city license. And we have an obligation to the public, an obligation to the other owners that are out there to make sure we respond to this type of egregious action done by an individual selling this product. Because there's a lot of good dealers out there. They're working very hard to grow the product and get it to retail. What message are we sending to them and all the money they spend to do this if we, in fact, do nothing with these people? So I'm not going to agree to your 1 month. I'm going to go with the 3 months that Mr. Croft has forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So on the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Dunbar would like in. Is there anybody else who's waiting on that issue, on the 30 days?
Awesome.
Then Ms. Quinn Davidson and then Mr. Dunbar.
Wait a minute.
I think for all the reasons that other members have shared, I'm supportive of the 1 month, but only if that doesn't impact their state license for the entire year. So to me, that's a really important piece of what we're doing here, and I don't know if Becky and Dean are able to share that information because they don't represent the state. So is there any way to be sure about that when we take action?
Through the chair, if I might, I would say two things. I think we cannot speak for how the State Marijuana Control Board or the executive director of AMCO would respond. We just simply can't. I am not aware of a provision of 1738 or of the Alaska Administrative Code that specifically states that the state would be required to rescind their license. I admit that that's not my primary area of legal expertise, so I'm looking through them right now. You might ask the counsel for licensee if she can point to a specific provision of regulation or a state statute that dictates what the Marijuana Control Office would be required to do, if you want that opinion. I think that's the best we can do at this point.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. So I've asked the clerk clerk's office to reach out to the state if they can, and hopefully we can get somebody in the next 2 hours to try to give us that answer. I'm also willing to hear from Respondents' Counsel. I'd like to ask her about this question. Before I do that, come up, Jana. But before I do that, I just want to explain something. I have changed my mind. I am going to vote for the amendment to the amendment on the theory of harm reduction. That is to say, I am not comfortable with any suspension until we get the state answer. And I also am not sure yet how I feel about 1 month versus 10 days or what have you, but I do think that 3 months is too long. And so I want to make sure that that option at least has been taken off the table. And so that's sort of explaining the vote I'm going to take on the amendment to the amendment. Ms. Weltzine, could you, what is your legal opinion on what would happen to the state license if we were to defer renewal of the municipal license?
So if you were to defer renewal of municipal license and thereby enter a protest, under 3 AAC 306-060, the board would defer to your protest and deny the renewal application. So that's your answer to question 1, and I believe that's how it's currently written in Mr. Croft's amendment. If you were to waive your protest, it gets a little bit fuzzier, but I still think under 306-060 Section C, you could still be killing their license because it says if a local government determines that a marijuana establishment has violated the provision of AS.38, this chapter, or a condition imposed on the licensee, the local government may notify the board, which you would be doing, and unless the director finds the local government's notice is arbitrary and capricious and unreasonable, then the director shall prepare a determination as an accusation against the licensee and basically start the whole proceedings over again.
So there's a phrase in what you just read. It says, if we notify them, right? And
Correct.
It's not just notify like we send them an email or something, right? It's probably some legal formal notification. So by waiving our protest, aren't we not notifying them?
Depends what you, well, so first, the first part of this discussion had to do with this would have been a protest
Sure.
with a denial, and that would kill their license. No questions about it. That would absolutely kill their license. The second part of the discussion was waiving the protest, denying the license in a kind of a crouched pseudo, it's actually a suspension without going through the suspension proceedings, which you can make your own decisions about that logic. You would be saying we're waiving our protest, but if you attached this ordinance, that's notifying them that you feel this way and that licensee has violated in your determination 1738 or board imposed conditions. So it depends how you handle the second half of this discussion on what you would attach with that waiver of notice, waiver of protest.
A question for Ms. Wynn-Pearson or Ms. Honest. Do we have to attach it?
Through the chair, no. Especially if your determination is that you are waiving your protest to the state, then what will go to the state is notice that you have waived any protest of the state license proceeding, and they will not receive from this body any kind of indication that you have concerns. So they will, everything you decide here is public record, so clearly they could somehow come up with it yourself, but I would understand the regulation to tie the state's action to what you convey to them as your action on your right to either protest or not protest the state license renewal. Again, if you waive your protest, they'll receive notice that you have simply waived your protest of the state license.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Thank you, Ms. Weltzine. So that's for me. Is there any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Mr. Constant.
Only this, that we just went through a procedure on our end with the alcohol board and this same staff in which they intended to define the word includes as a very narrow description of a legal term, and in fact were armed for bear against any licensee that didn't fit exactly within their vision. And it took a resolution of the assembly, 2 members crafting a letter in a committee, and then 4 legislators, and a whole bunch of people to convince the body not to suspend that license. And so at this time, I would suggest that these boards are being directed to be very explicit and very narrow in their reading of what's allowed. And so what we're doing, if we make this action happen, is reaching across and hoping for a board, 5 members, to make a decision that doesn't do something, that doesn't act to the very narrow construction of the language. And so I think that if we're predicating our action on the hope that the AMCO board doesn't read this as a suspension, is 50-50 at best.
So I take issue with some of the language you used there. It's not a suspension regardless, right?
Well, it's a de facto suspension, though, if we are doing this action, and then, so when they see that, they'll take in all the information, and Ms. McConnell and her work, they have been working really hard to very narrowly construe these things on their end, and have been very challenging to, even in a case that's very clear that they shouldn't have their license revoked, they had to fight to keep it, right? And so this case is not one that's clear. This one is a fuzzy one, and so if we're handing them something fuzzy, then my guess is that their effort will be to look really carefully and very narrowly walk through that door.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Just very briefly, we've been, Mr. Constant and I, both in numerous times, but we need to do our job. We have different conceptions of what it is, but let's do the appropriate thing at our level. And we can neither control nor predict the state's independent authority to act on this. They may decide that it may cause them to reevaluate and say we were right. It may cause them to say we'll do an I don't know, nor do I have any power, nor was I elected at this time to make that decision. I was elected to make this decision, and we need to concentrate on our business and getting it right. And what they do is up to them.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Is there any more discussion on the amendment to the amendment? And I'll remind my colleagues there's plenty of substantive discussion to be had once we amend the amendment or not and go back to the original amendment. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Becky, would it be possible to add any language to the amendment that speaks to the assumption that the state would not act based on what we do, or anything that would give those of us who have that concern reassurance? Because I disagree with Mr. Croft. I mean, if this is a year-long license, what we do does impact them beyond what we're trying to do by the month. So I think we need to really understand that.
Through the chair, I think the best you can do is to state that you will waive your right to protest the state license, and then all that's conveyed to the state is your waiver of protest. I don't know that we can build any kind of contingency where if there is some impact that's unanticipated, you certainly are always able to revisit action taken by the Assembly. So you could, if there is some adverse impact to this, I think that you could potentially later permit a renewal application earlier, or grant your consent to an earlier renewal application, or take other actions that would concern this particular licensee through another avenue if there is an unanticipated state level consequence. Looking at this cited regulation, the provision that deals with the state becoming aware of any violation of local law that they're notified of by the Assembly, I read to allow for during the term of a license, you can send them notice and say there's been a violation of local law, and then they have the ability to take action via an accusation, again, during the term of a license. So I actually see that as inapplicable to this proceeding here. I think what you're doing is you're either conveying a protest, a conditional protest, or waiving your right to protest. And if you waive your right to protest and send no further comment to the state, then there should be, I think, no impact on the state license.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. At this time, can we please vote on the amendment to change the term from 3 months to 30 days, or to 1 month, rather? Do you want to start with people on the phone?
Ms. Domboski?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson?
No.
What button is it? Oh, sorry. The amendment to the amendment passes 8-3. So we are now back to Mr. Croft's amendment as amended to do a deferred renewal of 30 days. do we need to, if one would wish to have us not protest the state license, would that require a further amendment to this amendment or a separate amendment entirely?
Through the chair, you could add it to this amendment, or you could do it separately, and Mr. Gates is furiously drafting that floor amendment as we speak.
Okay. Well, as we wait for that, is there anyone else who wants to offer an amendment to this amendment regarding the term?
It's not just, I mean, this
Or
deals with
anything.
more than just the.
Yeah, anything.
So I think LaFrance and Austin Davidson's, your amendments would apply to this, could apply, is that correct? I mean, mine would not make sense now.
Okay. Well, I mean, so we haven't voted on the underlying amendment yet. You know, whether this passes or fails, I think then we can go to the other 3 amendments as well. We're still talking about amendments to this amendment. Sorry if I wasn't clear about that. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to amend the most recently passed amendment and change it from 1 month to 9 days.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So we are now debating an amendment to the amendment, as amended, to go from 1 month to 9 days, a 9-day suspension. I guess there should be a question about. Actually, I don't know, Mr. Croft. Is it business days or is it
Calendar days?
Calendar days. Okay.
Can I speak to the amendment to the
Yes.
amendment?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one of the things I think we need to take into consideration that hasn't been discussed too much is the business has actually made improvements since the garbage inspection problem they had in February. The code enforcement officer told us the other evening that they haven't had any other problems. They switched garbage companies and got a dumpster that has a metal lid that closes flat to the top so that people can't get into it. They can't shove stuff into it that isn't supposed to be in there. And so, you know, they're trying to adhere to the requirements. And another thing we really didn't discuss much at our meeting on Tuesday was the fact that they found a product tag from a competitor laying in the ground next to their dumpster. It was from an outfit called Frost Frontier. And, you know, sometimes business people are very cutthroat. And if you have a business that is a competitor of yours that, say, has acquired 10% of the overall market in the entire state of Alaska, and you don't feel you could beat that competitor fairly, you may go over and throw some product on the ground next to their dumpster and try to initiate some sort of problem with a garbage inspection. So this whole thing could have been started by a competitor that led to all the other incidents that has gotten us to this point. And so for that and other reasons, I would like not to suspend their license at all, but I believe anything more than a 9-day or a week or a 10-day suspension ends up being the end of this business or the death penalty, which in essence is a $2 million plus fine. They've invested a couple $1 million in this business. And I don't think a $2 million fine is justified for a failed garbage inspection or refused garbage inspection. And so I just don't feel that is at all reasonable. And the 9-day stoppage of business is similar to something that the state has done earlier, and they might see it as us agreeing with them on for the reasons that they had suspended it earlier for a short period of time, and things might be able to be worked out so that the licensee could continue operating after that 9-day suspension. So for that reason, I'm going to be supporting this amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. So we're starting a new queue now. I'm not going to go off of what's on the screen. I have Mr. Trainee in the queue, and then myself, and then Mr. Croft. Before we do that, we have received an email from Ms. McConnell. I'd like that read into the record. Ms. Honest, could you do so?
Through the chair, Erica McConnell, the director of the Alcohol Marijuana Control Office, sent an email back, and she says, if the MOA were to not renew the MOA license for a period of time, that would not cause the state license to expire. You wouldn't need to ask the Marijuana Control Board to put a condition on. You could just deal with it through the MOA license, since they need both to operate.
Okay. Good. Okay, so Mr. Trainee, and then myself, and then Mr. Croft, and
Thank
then
you,
Ms.
Mr. Chairman.
LaFrance.
I'm not in favor of this change to 216 hours. Makes no sense at all. I care very little how much money they invested in this. I don't care whether they got $2 million or some other persons invested $100,000 into it. What I care about is the public trust. And quite frankly, this abrogates the public trust they have with us. When we get sworn in for the assembly, we get sworn in. The public expects us to protect them. And this business did not do their due diligence to make sure the waste management plan was being followed. And there needs to be some punishment for doing that. And this is the action I think is responsible. I wouldn't agree to the 1 month, but I lost on that. I can live with doing 1 month. But going down to 216 hours, why don't you just cut it down to 1 hour and pat them on the head and send them on their way? Makes no sense to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Here we go, Mr. Croft.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I'm going to support this amendment. I don't have a lot to add to what Mr. Pearson said, some of which I actually disagreed with, just to say that I do feel that 1 month complete suspension is too harsh. I think if we were to do a 9-day, although that number, for some reason, I wish it was a week or 10 days, but we'll live with 9 days, and I see the logic there where it goes with what the state did. But I think we can, and I'd like an answer from the attorneys if possible. Can we both do this 9 days and then, in addition, add on some of the other amendments so that when it is renewed at that automatic time, it is renewed with new conditions, for example, the increased inspection that some people are asking for?
Through the chair, yes, actually the Croft Amendment is crafted specifically to allow for that provision. If you get to the end of it on page 3, it states that after the clerk is directed to reissue the license, the Assembly hereby adds the following conditions, if any, are listed to it. And that provides you with the space in the resolution to add any or all of the other conditions that had been proposed through the drafted floor amendments, or any additional conditions you might want to apply, you can insert them there.
Thank you, Ms. Wynne-Pearson. So with that knowledge, I think that, I agree that this is the most serious offense that we have seen before us in the last year and a half or so that we've been working on these. And so I do think it merits serious action on our part. I believe a 9-day suspension of the license combined with additional requirements that I think are going to be proposed and passed, I think that is sufficient. And so for that reason, I urge to vote yes, and I intend to vote yes on the amendment to the amendment. Take that back, and then let's see. I'll consult, I think we have, were you in the line, Mr. Croft? Okay, so Mr. Croft, then Ms. LaFrance, and then is there anyone else? Okay, so we'll go with Mr. Croft and Ms. LaFrance.
Yeah, I don't support reducing it down to 9 days and don't think it's adequate at all. This idea that we're doing this as a consequence for their actions, egregious or repeated. This mirrors what the state did for an accounting lapse, right? When they couldn't track some of their product, they shut them down for 9 days. You do this when these mistakes are made. I mean, and so it was done as part of that in the other license, I believe. But anyway, this is inadequate, and if we modify it to this, I not only won't, I'll not support it, urge people not to support the amendment, and we should just go to a straight non-renewal. I mean, the question before us is, did they violate conditions and violate the law? Clearly, yes. Subsidiary question, we're going to probably amend to give us a little more discretion. I think we should look at is, was it important? Was it significant? Yes. The license should not be renewed. And this trivializes what is a core, and as you said, Mr. Dunbar, the most important violation we have seen.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. LaFrance, then Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support this amendment. I believe that this period of time, 9 days, though like Mr. Dunbar, I'd prefer 10 or 14, is enough to show that we mean business. I support strict conditions as well, and I think, as Mr. Peterson pointed out, there have been a lot of improvements. There have been no violations since May as well. And while the nature of refusing an inspection is really, really troubling, I do believe that we are remiss in having such a small penalty for this violation, and agree with Mr. Constant that is something we need to change right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant.
I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So this is just the cultivation license?
Yes.
So they could presumably, depending on what we do later, continue to sell, they just couldn't make the things themselves?
I think that's a good, that is my understanding, but I think it's a good question for our attorneys. Ms. Honest, or one of the attorneys.
And while I'm asking, and maybe you don't know, and maybe they would need to speak to this, but is it common practice for businesses like this to purchase items from other vendors and then be able to sell them at retail? Like, I'm wondering, does it actually completely shut them down, or can they keep operating to some extent?
Through the chair, I think there's a legal question and a practical question tied up in that. Legally, this only impacts their cultivation license. It prohibits them from doing the things for which they need a cultivation license. Depending on what you do with the retail license, they would be permitted to continue to do everything. If that is renewed without any kind of, or if that is renewed, then they would be permitted to continue to do the things they can do under that, which are run their retail operation. As to the relationship between the two and whether the provision of product from the cultivation operation is critical to the operation of the retail operation, that's entirely a practical question, and I don't know the answer to that. You could certainly ask that of the licensee if you'd like to.
Mr. Chair, may I ask her to?
Yes, please.
Jana Maltzine, attorney for the respondent. The way this business is set up, it is vertically integrated. So usually they purchase their own product from their cultivation, sell it through their retail. Obviously, given how much money they've had to put out for everything related to these issues that we're talking about, they don't have a lot of money on hand to purchase product from other vendors. But that being said, they could still operate their retail. I think if you looked at the punishment plan, the voluntary punishment plan that we drafted, and maybe we add within 30 days from this date, we pick a date for suspension, and maybe we do 14 days, maybe not 9 days for the cultivation, and give them a couple weeks to just plan for it a little bit better, they could survive it, in addition to everything else that we included in the punishment plan.
Do you have any other questions, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
So you're just recommending that if we do impose this period, that it doesn't start right now, that it starts?
Well, I think one thing that you have to consider is under the state regulations, it allows for the business owner to take custody and care of the plants during the suspension period. So the 9-day suspension that was referenced before had nothing to do with inventory. It had to do with the fact that the Marijuana Control Board revoked the SMATI's handler permit. And so there was not a licensee with a handler permit on site. That's what that had to do with. And that was in direct punishment for count 3 and 4, which you're discussing now. So my point is, we need to, one, consider, okay, if you're going to do a 9-day suspension, I'm assuming you're going to allow with business to care for the plants, because otherwise that would be just beyond devastating. You would be killing the business. And two, if you If you want to do 14 days or something more of the number I keep hearing assembly members like better, I would ask for a little bit of time for planning purposes so that it doesn't kill them.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah,
That's
go ahead,
a really
Ms.
good
Quindane.
point. What does cultivation entail? Because if you have plants that are currently growing at your facility, does cultivation entail watering them? So then are we not allowing you to water your plants and then they die and then essentially it kills your business anyway?
So I think that would be something you would need to address. The State Marijuana Control Board allowed the business to continue to care for the plants, so continue to water them, continuing to do the light cycles, just not harvest or sell any product out of the cultivation. That's what that 9-day suspension was, plus the 9-day suspension was on the retail as well.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Constant, you're in the
Yeah,
queue.
thank you. And on that topic, when this vote happens, if 6 people agree 9 days is enough, then there was a second amendment that was going to come through to allow them for care and handling, no processing, no sales, none of the other actions that go along with that, but not to kill everything growing in their shop. And so, but this is the question before us now. I was hoping to wait for that question until we've made a decision on this question.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, again, as a reminder to everyone, we're just talking about the cultivation license right now. We're not talking about retail. So, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so when I made the amendment to the amendment, I probably should have mentioned the fact that I was expecting that the business would be allowed to maintain their plants, just not sell them or harvest them during the 9-day suspension. We can add that specific language after this passes, or we can add that language now to the amendment to the amendment.
Let's vote on this first, Mr. Peterson. I think regardless of whether it's 30 days or 9 days, we're going to want to at least discuss an amendment like you're discussing, a separate amendment.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion for the amendment to the amendment? Mr. Weddleton.
Well, sorry, but I think that is a very important point. I mean, if you suspend a license, then you can put those conditions on it. But if they simply do not have a license to run a cultivation, I think pretty much by definition we're saying that's it. They can't water them. They can't do anything with them. I mean, I think I hadn't really quite gotten there. I was kind of on the assumption we would allow that. And attorneys?
Through the chair, I think there's a question under municipal code of what happens with inventory in general if you do deny a license or rescind a license. It was raised, I think, at one of the Community Economic Development Committee meetings. And so I think my initial inclination is I think you could make provision to say that during, for a period of up to, 30 days after the date that the license is non-renewed, the licensee may continue to care for their plants pending, either permanent non-renewal or the renewal or the reinstatement of the license by the clerk's office, I think is how I would phrase it.
Mr. Croft?
Mr. Dunbar.
So I just wanted to chime in to agree with what I think what Ms. Wynn-Pearson just said. I think Mr. Croft has articulated before that we have near plenary power when it comes to these licenses, and I agree with that. And I think there's sort of a general assumption in the law that you don't act in ways that are sort of arbitrarily contrary to public policy. And so I would also agree with the idea that even though we are doing a conditional non-renewal, that it doesn't mandate that we say you can't touch your plants, your plants are destroyed or anything like that. That's my own legal interpretation of it. Okay. Is there anyone else to discuss the amendment to the amendment going from 30 days to 9 days?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you. I'm not sure which part of the code it's in, but I do recall when we had inspectors, we specifically used the word the inspector may seize the plant or seize the product, or they may not. We did that on purpose, so we didn't have to take possession of them. I don't know if that would be applicable here, but that might be something to look at, Becky. The other thing I was going to say, again, I agree with Mr. Croft on this one. I have to tell you, after I watched that video, I really tried to keep my mind open to listen to the defense and what their presentation was going to be, but I was unmoved. I think their action was egregious. I think it was beyond just they didn't let somebody inspect their garbage. To me, that's just ludicrous to even say that, diminish it to that effect. I mean, these are people who intentionally refused an inspection. The inspector asked 3 different times. Not only that, after they left, they took stuff out, they destroyed the evidence, and then they had their trash dumped in order to whatever. But what it effectively did was make it so the inspector couldn't inspect. That is in my view, a serious violation of law. And for the assembly just to say, oh, well, 9 days, but nothing's really going to happen. You just can't really, you can't do anything with those plans. I mean, frankly, I think the 9 days they're coming up with, I mean, I don't think it's apples and oranges. What you're doing is saying, well, the state did 9 days for this other issue, so let's do 9 days. To me, it doesn't even make sense. I think what they did in this case was far worse than what the state gave them 9 days for. So, again, I'm trying to follow the logic here. But if you're trying to send a message to the industry that we take inspections seriously, we take destroying evidence seriously, and we are going to hold you to account, not to mention the fact you have pot laying all over the ground outside your dumpster, I think that's a problem. And so, just when we get to the point where we're trivializing it, because that's how this looks to me, I'm just not comfortable with it, and I won't support it.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Is there any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Not seeing any. Please vote on the amendment to the amendment to change it from 30 days to 9 days.
No.
Mr. Dyson? Mr. Dyson?
No.
What was that?
Was that a no, Mr. Dyson?
That's correct.
That motion fails 4-7. So we are back to the main amendment as amended at 30 days for the cultivation license. At this time, I do think we need to discuss if someone would make an amendment to deal with the issues we just talked about with regard to destruction of plants and that kind of thing. Do we have any language that one of my colleagues could use for that, Ms. Wint-Pearson, or any suggestions?
Through the chair, we can certainly draft something quickly. I think what we would advise would be to introduce an amendment that states that the licensee may not sell, transfer, or otherwise distribute product from their cultivation facility after the date of non-renewal of the license, but that for a period of up to however many days, the licensee may continue to maintain and care for the plants and inventory. That's as best I can do right now. We can put that on paper in a moment. Yeah.
We've got a suggestion from Mr. Trainey that we take a 5-minute break. I'm not sure if that's...
Mr. Chair, before we do that, I'm going to make another motion that we change the date to 2 weeks instead of 9 days.
Okay. Is that moved and seconded? Okay, so we have another amendment to the amendment to go from 30 days to 2 weeks. Any discussion on this amendment to the amendment to go from, so now we have 2 weeks in front of us, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just suggest that 30 days gets, in my opinion, perilously close to really being a de facto killing of the business. And I heard from the Licensees Council that they could consume 14 days of loss without being permanently shut down. And so I'm hoping that one person of that group come along and meet the rest of the body at 14 days, because the losses are huge, and it's a penalty, yes, and it's a punishment, yes, but the difference of 2 weeks to a month could be the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you serious? Quite frankly, we've made our decision. It's a month. Let's not do an amendment. Let's go with the month. I'm not going to support any amendment to try and bifurcate that down even further. Let's just deal with the problem. Actions have consequences. Their actions were danger to the public. They didn't follow their plan. What's the purpose in us having a plan for businesses to come in and say, I'll live up to the plan and I'll do what I'm supposed to do, if in fact when they don't, we do nothing about it? It's a bunch of paper tigers, so I'm not going to vote for this. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's other creditors out there that would be affected by a 30-day shutdown, or which would amount to the total failure of this business. They have bills that they have to pay, that they owe people for. The owners, because of this business, will not be allowed to declare bankruptcy. So this will not only ruin them financially for the next few years, it would ruin them financially for the rest of their lives. And I feel that's not justified or reasonable. We have a new industry. Rules and regulations are getting changed fairly often. And the rules have changed about the root balls. They're not going to be required to grind those up anymore. And so the reason that they felt that they weren't going to open the dumpster was because they had root balls that weren't ground up. And so now they're not even going to be required to do that in the future. So I think closing them down for 14 days is the most punishment we can give them without ruining the business totally. And I think this is the closest thing we can come to a reasonable punishment without being vindictive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Croft, and then myself.
We're somewhat repeating our arguments, but I oppose this amendment. Senator Halford, who was just one of the brightest people I've ever run across, talked about always request to the legislative body to socialize the losses and privatize the gains, right? That we'll keep all the profit, but if we ever get in trouble, you need to bail us out or protect us. I don't begrudge the $6 million in revenue they get for this. This is appropriate, but this continued idea that because of their size, we have to somehow step in and protect them from the consequences of their own actions. I say again, we should do this whether this were a mom and pop operation, a medium-sized, or apparently the largest in the state. We should treat them exactly the same, and it should be that there are consequences for this. And so I continue to think that the 3 to 6 months was more appropriate for something as outrageous as this. I'll tolerate the 1 month, but I do not support anything less.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Here.
Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dunbar. Had Dyson on the brain.
Yeah, don't insult Fred like that.
You don't look quite that old.
I'm Mr. Dunbar. I supported the amendment to go down to 9 days, and I support the amendment to go down to 14 days. I do think that it's funny. I actually agree with almost everything that Mr. Croft and Mr. Trainee and almost everything everyone has said here has been rational and reasonable. This is a serious violation, and it occurred. We do have this power. At the same time, we have to be cognizant about the impacts on the community and the message it sends. I disagree with the notion that this is a trivial penalty, that shutting a business down for 14 days is a trivial penalty. I do not think that's the case. And as I said earlier, I intend that, so they have already paid a certain amount of fines related to these to the state. They've paid a certain amount of fines to us. We are potentially going to close them down for 14 days. And then in addition to that, I hope we also pass some of the amendments that have been offered by my other colleagues to put further requirements on this license. I think, and in addition to that, I hope that we can do something along these lines to the retail license that we're going to see next, right? This is the cultivation license. I think the face to the public is actually the retail license. So I think it's important that we take some action there as well, so the public sees that we do take this seriously. But I disagree with the notion that sort of suite of penalties taken together is trivial in any way. I think it's very serious. And, we have not non-renewed any other license right? So yes, these are the most serious offenses we've seen. These are also by far the most serious consequences we've even contemplated. So again, respectfully, I disagree with Mr. Croft, and I urge support for this amendment to the amendment. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this amendment to the amendment to go to 14 days?
I'll just restate what I said before. I absolutely believe, I'm with Eric on this one. I would have revoked their license, and for me to go down to 3 months was a stretch. To go down to 1 month was, I did it for, I am not going to go any shorter than that. Again, these violations, in my view, were severe. This was not just some arbitrary, somebody landed on the planet and planted marijuana around their garbage can. I mean, there was intentional actions by this licensee caught on camera, emptying, destroying, taking, whatever, however you want to classify it, taking evidence out that thwarted the inspectors' the ability to do their job. There was no question. It happened. We saw the video, and it was egregious in my view. And I think by trivializing it, and I think that's exactly what this is doing, I think it's a step too far. If you don't want this to happen in the future for other licensees, if we want to send a message that inspections matter, and a matter of fact, I think the inspectors themselves said they've never had a denial of an inspection. I think it should be taken as seriously as the Assembly views it, and I think the message is what the punishment is. Personally, I would have revoked their license. Clearly, that's not going to happen. But I will go with 1 month. I'm not going any lower than that because I don't think the punishment here is going to fit how severe the problem is that occurred.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Mr. Constant?
Just 3 words, or a few words, how severe the problem was in February before all of the mitigating actions were taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay.
Mr. Dunbar?
Was that Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I might have missed a part here. What's the motion before us right now?
We are voting on an amendment to the amendment to change the punishment period from 1 month, the period of non-renewal, from 1 month to 14 days.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, let's take a vote on the amendment to the amendment.
No.
Mr. Dyson?
No.
Unchanged. Okay. So that fails 4-7. So we are back to the main amendment as amended. It's still 1 month. At this point, do we have language ready to go or something approaching that for an amendment?
Through the chair, we've been drafting, but we assumed you were taking a 5-minute break to allow us to finalize. I assume you want this as an amendment to this amendment and not a separate amendment.
Yes.
In which case, we're working on it. But if you could take a 5-minute break, we appreciate that.
Let's take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. And then the second one was an amendment to explicitly state that we are not going to protest to the state so that we don't, not accidentally exactly, but sort of, lead to de facto total revocation. So, Ms. Wint-Pearson, do you have either of those amendments ready to go?
Through the chair, the amendment to waive the protest has been crafted as a separate amendment, not an amendment to Mr. Croft's amendment. So if you are willing to do this, we would ask that you do that as a second amendment after you get through whether you're going to adopt Mr. Croft's amendment or not. Mr. Gates is frantically scrambling to do put the final touches on the drafting of the amendment to Mr. Croft's amendment, which specifies that after the license, if the license is not renewed, that during for a period of days afterwards, the licensee may continue to care for plants. Printing right now.
Okay, great. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just since we have just a minute, I would say for the record and anyone listening that the funeral or celebration of life of Jason Moore just kicked off. And if you knew Jason, you knew a great member of our community. And he has passed from kind of a lifelong illness. And I think it's worthy of this body just to honor him for a second. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Well, we could either go forward with the amendment to the amendment, or we could potentially table this amendment and work on the other one for a moment. Depends on where we're at.
He was just 3 years older than him.
The chair, it's printing as we speak right now, so it will probably take 2 minutes. If you want to talk about something else for 2 minutes and come back to it, that's fine.
Yeah, can we have a motion to table that amendment briefly and take up a separate amendment to the original ordinance that would waive our conditional protest or protest to the state? Can anyone make that?
I move.
Okay, so I'm going to, so we have temporarily tabled Mr. Croft's amendment. Can someone actually make that amendment, move that amendment?
I move that we rescind the communication of a protest to the state.
Okay.
Or whatever language we need to have there.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be waive protest?
Waive the protest. I move that we waive the protest.
I believe you have language in front of you that Mandy just passed out. Is that possible? I think I just saw her pass through with a 2-page amendment which does a few things. It waives your protest to the state, and then it also actually maybe it's right here on the edge here. Just 1 second.
Can somebody read it to me?
Yep, we'll have it read into the record and also emailed to you, Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. All right, so I move an amendment that waives the protest to the state license renewal. And this is here, the Anchorage Assembly hereby waives its protest to the renewal of the State of Alaska marijuana license 10237. It adds, the Anchorage Assembly authorizes the clerk to send a letter to AMCO stating only that it has waived its protest of renewal of State of Alaska license 10237, and it strikes several lines.
Okay. So what's that? Was that seconded? Okay, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion on this amendment, standalone amendment to the underlying motion that would waive our protest to the State of Alaska? Okay, I don't see any debate or discussion on that. Anyone online, Ms. Nemboski?
I have no comment. I no comment on it. I'll support the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Nemboski. Mr. Dyson? Okay. Let's go forward and vote on this amendment to the S1 version.
Yes.
Mr. Dyson? Mr. Dyson?
Did you guys hear that noise? I forgot to silence my phone. Sorry.
Okay.
No.
Okay. That amendment passes 10-0. So we're back now. I want us to we're taking up now Mr. Croft's amendment as amended. And let's see here. Is the other amendment, has it been distributed?
Yes, I would move the amendment to Croft Amendment 1 that adds, in accordance with findings of facts, conclusion, it adds that notwithstanding the foregoing, for a period of up to 30 days after the date of this resolution, the licensee may continue to store, maintain, and care for marijuana plants present on the licensed facility premises. On the licensed premises, I think there's a little Scrivener's problem there. On the date of this resolution, pending reinstatement of the license. We just need to strike that word of.
Oh, yeah. So Scrivener's error, we're going to strike the word of between on and the date.
Yep.
In section 4.1. Other than
the
that.
The effect of this amendment is to allow them to care for their plants while the business is closed.
Yep. During the period prior to the reinstatement of the license. Ms. Wynn-Pearson, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I feel like I'm buried somewhere at the bottom of the queue, so I was just waving my arm. Counsel for the licensee just pointed out to us correctly that there is one, this amendment does still contain that December 15th date, which was the date as drafted, but I wanted to state on the record that, just to clarify, that the Assembly, the body has already changed or is contemplating changing that.
Right.
Right? So that would change as well if this were drafted.
It would change.
Or this were adopted, that December 15th date in there, as currently crafted, the amended floor amendment has you renewing for, or allowing for reinstatement on or after October 15th, not December 15th, as stated in there. I don't believe it is a legal issue that it still states December 15th in this draft floor amendment, but wanted to make clear for the body on the record that it is, at this point, as amended, the floor amendment should state October 15th.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to make it clear in this document, I made sure at the beginning, right under the box that says text of amendment is our key. It says what's being added is in bold, italic, and underlined, and what's being deleted by this amendment is bold and strike through. So when we don't indicate any change to December 15th, that's not being changed. It's already changed by the prior amendment. This amendment is only for what's shown in bold and italics.
Okay, great. Well, that's good. And we're at the same place. So, any more discussion, Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment, and that would be to change it after add the word effective date.
I'm sorry. Where?
Second bold line. So it would read, notwithstanding the foregoing, for a period of up to 30 days after the effective date of this resolution.
Second.
Okay. Effective date. Okay. Any discussion to Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment to the amendment? I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that. Is there any opposition to that? Okay. That was not opposition, right, Ms. Demoski?
Correct. That was a yes. Okay. Sorry, you can't see my unanimous consent shaking my head yes.
Okay. All right. So we have unanimous consent. So now we have the amendment to the amendment as amended. This is the amended amendment to the amendment as amended. Okay. So any discussion on this amendment to the amendment as amended? Okay, let's actually vote on this one. Oh, I'm sorry. We are now voting on this this amendment, which would amend Mr. Croft's amendment to add the bolded language that would allow them to continue to store, maintain, and care for their plants during the 30 days that they are during the period prior to the reinstatement of their license.
So we were just voting on the addition of effective?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes. We already did that. Okay. Let's take a vote on this amendment.
Ms. Demoski?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson?
Someone else? Ms. LaFrance, did you vote?
I did vote, and then I was marked as absent on the screen.
Okay, well, she voted yes. Sorry. So, yeah, let the record reflect that Ms. LaFrance also voted yes, and that passed 10-0. Okay, so now we are back to Mr. Croft's amendment as amended, which would create a 30-day period prior to the reinstatement of the license. Is there any discussion? Actually, so now we are back to this original queue, if we so choose. And Mr. Peterson is at the front of the line. So I'm going back to the original queue dealing with the substantive amendment, and Mr. Peterson, you are at the top.
Okay, it's a long and winding road today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of things have already been said. I don't want to repeat myself. We're getting low on time again. I just want to say that they have made improvements. When we rescinded a liquor license in Mr. Constant's district a couple of years ago, they resisted making improvements that were suggested by the local community council over a period of years before they lost their license. And to in effect, a 30-day suspension, I think, is the death penalty for this business. I think that's is beyond reasonable for a first offense, especially in a new industry where standards are changing regularly. So I'm going to be a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been waiting a while there. So, for me, there is a lot of natural tension in what we're doing today. There's an inclination towards giving a second chance, which I believe needs to be equally weighed with my instinct that no one should be immune from repercussions for failing to follow the rule of law. There's an even bigger real-world tension, as we've heard with many of the public comments that we've received, that if we take the most extreme route, which I'm glad we're not doing, which is denying renewal, 35 people will be out of a job and a sizable amount of tax revenue will be lost to the state and city. So how do we weigh the need to send a strong message, as I know many of my colleagues have said, with sending the right and the just message? The counsel for the applicant has made a couple of arguments. Are the findings significant enough that Ms. Warden not be given a second chance? Council believes she should be given a chance to show that she can run this business with integrity. The applicant has paid the fines and owned up to the mistakes, and I appreciate that. But the council has also said, quote, don't hold the truth against us. And I frankly balk at the idea that we would use the truth as a weapon against any business. But there is a reason NOVs are issued and a record is made. We need to know who the bad players are and who the good players are in order to make decisions. And frankly, there are facts. We need to look at the totality of the violations from small to large. If you look at the smell from the documents given to us, the first instance of a smell NOV occurs on January 28th, 2017. The last instance of a smell NOV that was given to us in our packet occurred July 9th, 2018. So that's 1 year and 5 months of chances to fix this issue. If you look at waste management, on January 31st, 2018, Officer Collins gave Ms. Warden a, quote, a last verbal warning regarding still usable bud and leaf found on the ground near the dumpsters. Even though given a firm warning, on February 16th, 2018, a significant amount of usable bud and leaf was found on the ground near the dumpsters yet again. And then lastly, if you look at the refusal of inspection on February 16th, 2018, not only did the applicant refuse inspection, but they refused to answer questions about the stems and buds found on the ground and if waste was rendered unusable. Even more, the applicant was asked not once, not twice, but 3 times if they were refusing inspection, with the applicant finally deciding to respond yes. So what should we do? Based on these findings, which the applicant has admitted to, I believe we need a solution that strikes a balance. And I originally believed the solution that Mr. Croft and I brought up did that. I went with the body and went down to 1 month. I'm glad we didn't go below 1 month, but we need to send a strong message that we have the interests of the public at heart here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. So I was originally in the queue way back in the day because I was very concerned about the issue with the state license, and Ms. McConnell has largely satisfied those concerns, although I would say not 100%, because as Mr. Constant alluded to, sometimes the Marijuana Control Board can do things, or the Alcohol Control Board as well, AMCO can do things that we don't anticipate. And I still am worried that this suspension might lead to a de facto, it's not a suspension, I apologize, that this deferment of the renewal might also lead to harsh consequences of the state. Regardless of that, I do think that 1 month is too harsh. Another way to look at it is 1 pay period versus 2 pay periods for the employees that are there. And I am concerned about the harm that will be done to them. That all being said, I respect the discussion we've had today, and I appreciate that my colleagues have been able to deliberate, but I am not going to support this amendment. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting this. I want a little bit more stricter punishment. I would have gone with the 3 months, but that's the democratic process. We come together on some issues. We don't agree with it. Modifications are made. I can live with 1 month. Because, our code enforcement people go out there and do a job nobody wants to do. And they need to understand we appreciate what they do. We listen to what they do. If you read the documents in here, they repeatedly ask them to open up the container, and they would not do it. Code enforcement people need to understand they've got our backing when they're out there doing the job we ask them to do. And moreover, my constituents live out there. This is my assembly district. And I get calls from my constituents saying, all I can do is smell marijuana. That's not what we're dealing with right today. I'm concerned about the lack of compliance on inspection. Because you've got a process like this, it's based upon complying with inspection, and they didn't. So there has to be some penalty for that. And we didn't agree on 3 months. I can live with that. I can live with 1 month. Appreciate the body for working on this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, I think I've spoken enough. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
I have two, but I'll say very briefly that sometimes the process, Democratic, Republican, this democracy with a small d, Republican with a small r process produces results everybody loves, not very often. It more often does this, it produces results that everybody's a little pissed off about, or dissatisfied at least. But I do think, in a rough way, it hit a rough sweet spot, right? It hit a between 30 and 14 debate, and it hit a lot of the language and a lot of the concerns that people had. So I'm probably, like everybody here, not entirely pleased with it, but I do think we've come to a result that will hopefully have the twin results we all want. To be not vindictive, but to be very clear about how important this is. And I appreciate the body's time today.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The only thing I want to speak to is after Mr. Rivera's list of all of the wrongs, that we should also speak of the rights that the licensee has taken, not has, but the things they have done right. And since February, our code enforcement's been diligent and has been back and has found no additional waste products on the ground, which is a baseline. That's at least a baseline. I mean, that's a minimal expectation that we should have. And now, at least since that time, it hasn't occurred again. And in fact, the photographs we've seen have shown they've gone through 3 or 4 different iterations of a trash can, from what was generally accepted as a trash can that would function in a commercial environment, to one that was hardened lid, to one that is now secured with steel bars, so that this issue cannot recur again, and in fact has not recurred again since February. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, 7 months ago. The issue of The inspection, they surely recognize now that it would have been better to pay the $500 fine for a clump of dirt and roots than to go through this entire brutal process. And I think that that's the message we send, and these folks are now teaching the community, so this is one thing they've done right. I think that the 30 days is harsh, and I'm still not sure how I'll vote. I think a no is a better vote than a yes on this one, because I think this 30 days could really be the death penalty. But I also believe in the industrious nature of these businesses, that they will try to make do. But man, anyhow, so they've done a lot right since then. The smell issue is going to continue to haunt them, as it continues to haunt many of these operations, as the businesses continue to work to find what's going to be the final system that does work, because I don't think anyone's really perfectly figured it out yet. And so we're all marching through this together, and thank you for this debate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yeah, Ms. Demboski or Mr. Dyson, do you have any
Yes,
comments?
please. Thank you. I really have actually appreciated this conversation because I think this is the art of compromise. When I see what Mr. Croft and Mr. Rivera have come up with, we've seen the balance of the rule of law, the significant value that the municipality puts on enforcement, but also consequences for violations of law. I've heard some say that, this is going to be the death penalty for this business. I don't think that's the case. I mean, we're talking about the cultivation license here. All of their product, all of their investment is going to maintain. We passed an amendment that said you can care for it. It's just going to be delayed getting to the market by whatever time period. They're not allowed to touch that stuff. So this is by no means a death sentence to this particular business. But we also, another thing that I heard that kind of bothered me is we heard that standards are regularly changing in this industry. But I don't care what the standards are 2 months from now. What we know is the applicant and their attorney stood in front of us and said, yes, we violated those standards that were in that place at that time, multiple times. And then there was a little bit of discussion about, well, we don't know how the pot got there. Actually, we do. We don't have to know how the pot specifically was put on the ground. The applicant and their attorney stood in front of us and said, we admit to that violation. So that's not something that's debatable. So it keeps going back to the fact we have somebody who was caught, somebody who had a violation, they admitted the violation, they paid the violation. So when we look at this, my hope for this applicant, for this licensee, is that they have learned a valuable lesson, but I hope even more that the industry recognizes that the assembly takes this seriously and there are real consequences for real actions that a licensee does or does not take. And I support this compromise. Again, it's not what I wanted, but when I look at it and my concerns, I think, are being addressed. And I think at the same time, a lot of the concerns that I hear from the other members who didn't want to be maybe as harsh as I would have been, I think that, it is the art of compromise. And when everybody walks away a little bit irritated because they didn't get their way, I think maybe we have hit the sweet spot. So I will be supporting this and thank the members for their work on this particular solution.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. All right. Any other discussion on Mr. Croft's amendment as amended? Not seeing any, please vote on this amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Dyson?
Yes.
That passes 9-2. Okay, so we are back to the main motion. There are several other amendments here that we can go through. It looks like we have Ms. LaFrance on top. Are these in a particular order that makes sense?
Through the chair, they are not. I think at this point, each of them addresses proposed conditions that you might add to the license. So you can go through those I believe in any order you'd like to.
Okay. Does the respondent have a copy of all of these? Do you have a copy of all of these amendments? Jana? Do you guys have a copy of all these amendments? Okay. All right. Would anyone like to, we have 4 amendments here from 4 different members. Would anyone like to offer their amendment at this time?
I move LaFrance Amendment Number 1.
All right. Thank you. So do we have a second on that?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Because it's been a little while since Dean's explanation, could you please lay it out for us, Ms. LaFrance?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment has 2 parts, and actually I had requested a third part on a 90-day or 60 to 90-day renewal, but I understand that's being taken up by Mr. Weddleton's amendment. And also for item 1, I don't know if you want to do this now, but Ms. Quinn Davidson and I have combined her amendment with the item 1 on this amendment. And the intent on item 1 is to address the issue of refusing an inspection. The penalty for refusing under an inspection under the existing ordinance, I mean, it's pretty clear it doesn't convey the seriousness of the violation. And so the intent of, or my original intent with this part of the amendment would be that if an inspection was refused, it would result in immediate suspension and action towards a license revocation. And it also would include spot or surprise inspections. And actually in our discussion, is this a good time now to talk about how we would combine them, or how does this work?
Yeah, I think this is a good time.
Do you want to address that? Or okay. So Ms. Quinn Davidson and I had discussed adding from her amendment after, second, third line on mine, by municipal code enforcement officials, including scheduled monthly inspections and unannounced spot inspections. So adding the monthly inspections in there, and then after that line, unannounced spot inspections at reasonable times, then add her language. The code enforcement officials are directed to provide a report of these inspections to the Assembly Community and Economic Development Committee each month. The licensee shall be responsible for the costs of inspections and reports. So basically, this amendment would include spot inspections, scheduled monthly inspections, a report of the outcome of the inspections, and charging the licensee the costs associated with the inspections and reports, and then also subjecting or calling for suspension of the license if any inspection is refused.
Okay. Well, so.
Can I
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I think that the summarily language is important. Probably Becky would say the same thing, but it's not immediate suspension. It's actually beginning of that process.
Yeah, through the chair, the intention of that language is to reference the summary suspension provision in the code, which triggers a process of post-deprivation, immediate post-deprivation hearing, et cetera. So it is intended to reference that.
Okay. Well, I think I understand conceptually what you're trying to do, but I'm a little bit concerned about the sort of melding those together without the language actually in front of us. I wonder if there's something else we could take up for a few minutes while you work with the attorneys to actually combine that language so we can get it up on screen. Is that something that's possible? Okay. I think what I'd like to do is actually ask Mr. Rivera and Mr. Weddleton if they intend to move forward with their amendments or any portion of their amendments, and we can talk about that while Ms. Quinn Davidson and Ms. LaFrance combine their amendment. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do intend to move a portion of my amendment forward.
Okay. Well, let's do that then.
So I move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Okay. Do you have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, so now we have tabled for the moment the LaFrance amendment, and we are speaking about the Rivera amendment. which portions of this do you wish to bring forward, and then we'll just have an amendment to the amendment to strike out the rest, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe number 1 in my amendment is being handled by Ms. LaFrance and Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Okay.
Number 3 perhaps does not apply to this license, but rather the other license. So I would like to just deal with number 2, the odor of marijuana.
Okay. So actually, if someone, do we need to amend his amendment, or can we only move section 2? Okay. So I'm being instructed you can just move it forward, just section 2. So would you make that motion?
I move Rivera Amendment number 1, section 2.
Who was the second on that? Were you the second before, Mr. Weddleton? Okay, great. So now we are only debating section 2 of Rivera Amendment number 1, odor of marijuana. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Mr. Rivera? I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my queue now. I'm not sure if this is from now or from before.
No, that's an old one.
Okay. Does anyone want to discuss this? Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, I had a question on this. It's the phrase, address the ventilation deficiencies immediately. That's a tough one with all these businesses. I mean, what we saw in our extensive packets with these, they put in $300,000 towards ventilation, and we got emails in the last day or so from neighbors that say it still reeks of pot. So, what would it be addressed? Does that mean fix it so there is no smell, or continue to put more carbon filters?
I think what I am looking for in this amendment is actually a few words down from that immediately, that in good faith the licensee is dealing with this issue. So I'm not looking for the licensee to immediately need to spend another $300,000 on ventilation.
Anyway, Ms. Quinn Davidson, you have a comment on section 2 of Rivera Amendment 1?
Yes. I'm just trying to understand what current law provides and how this is different, because wouldn't they normally be under obligation to immediately in good faith come into compliance?
Thank you. I would turn that over to the drafter of this, Mr. Gates, if he could speak to that.
Mr. Gates, can you speak to section 2 of Rivera Amendment number 1? Okay. Pete, use.
Thank you. I guess if you're asking what that means, I think that would be up to the perspective of the code enforcement officials who are detecting the odor, whether the licensee is addressing it in good faith. I didn't have a better interpretation or language to insert at the time as to what that meant, but I think that we leave it to the discretion of the code enforcement officials.
Okay. Ms. Quinn Davidson, do you have a follow-up to that? Otherwise, we'll go to Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, so I guess specifically, what does this add that existing law doesn't already provide for?
I'm not really quite sure. I think code already provides for, prohibits odor being detected at the lot line of the licensed premises. So that's already in place in code. I think what this does, though, is sort of put a little more teeth here. If you come up for renewal next year and code enforcement has reported that there's been odor violations, but they didn't address them in good faith immediately, then on renewal you will say, well, you violated a condition that was imposed on your license. That's grounds for non-renewal.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is something we have talked about in the Community and Economic Development Committee before. The normal sense of smell line is subjective. I think we need to come up with some sort of scientific way to measure the smell. They do have a device called the Nasal Ranger that they're using, in some jurisdictions, and we could set a measurable limit to what the smell allowed is if we had one of those devices. And so I think that if we are going to pass an amendment similar to this, the Muni needs to invest in one of those and then change our code so that we have a specific allowed measurable smell at the lot line instead of a can one person smell it or somebody else can't type of a subjective situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Is there any other discussion on Mr. Rivera's amendment, Section 2? Not seeing any. Please vote. Oh, did
Mr.
somebody
Chair.
press the button? Ms.
Sorry,
Quinn-Davidson.
I feel like I'm being a mic hog here.
A what?
It seems like there are standards for odor and when it's a violation, so why would we create a new standard and insert this person with a normal sense of smell standard when we could just say if the odor is in violation of the code, then they will become compliant in good faith. To me, that's what the amendment intends, but it's creating this new standard that's hard to measure.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Point of information, that is the standard. Yeah.
Never mind.
You're
Mr. Trainee.
I was just going to tell her it is the standard currently, normal sense of smell, but that varies. If you look at the hearing officer that we had, there was one individual, she asked him, and he was basically nose blind to the smell because he uses marijuana every day. So you do have to have a standard in this. Ranger, hopefully we can buy some, because I want to move it from a human to a machine to measure it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting my colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton.
You know, actually, Ms. Not Harley Davidson had a good point.
Come on.
Sorry. Trying to roll off my tongue. She said I could do that.
Approval.
I got approval.
Do that.
It is possible, and I was hoping to have a moment at the end of this meeting to highlight some things, but we should start thinking about the odor rules. And were we to change it, and I bet we will, we would be holding them to a different standard for at least this year. So I think it might be more appropriate to, unless the attorneys say if we change it, it affects this, but say odor shall not be detected in accordance with AMC subsection 2105.055A.6 and delete that part, person with a normal sense of smell. Just refer to the code. I think that does because that would prepare us should we change the code.
Okay.
So I'd make that amendment to the amendment.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the amendment to strike out which language?
I would, so it would read, odor shall not, odor shall, let's see, I just say shall be in accordance with AMC subsection 21.05.055A.6.
Okay.
Odor of marijuana, thank you. Well, it says odor of marijuana at the start, so.
Yeah. All right, so it will now read, odor shall be in accordance with AMC subsection 21.05.055A.6, and the rest is unchanged. Any discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yep.
I think you might have read that wrong. Order shall not be detected in accordance with, right? Or did I just miss the subtle language there? I mean, it doesn't really matter in the end, but I would speak broadly to the concern Ms. Quinn-Davidson you brought up. We had previously a hearing before us about a licensee, and they made what I consider to be pretty weak arguments that the inspectors just couldn't possibly have a normal sense of or couldn't measure it because a normal sense of smell is different to everybody. And unlike what Mr. Trainee said, it isn't that because they smoke every day, it's because maybe they're working in an environment that is saturated with that kind of substance that when they try to walk around, they can't smell it. And so the argument that a normal sense of smell isn't a substantive measure, you can make it, but most of us know when you walk into a place and can smell it, that, oh my God, that smell, it's clear. And so what's more challenging is which direction from the wind was blowing. Did it come from the neighbor next door or the secret grow around the corner? Those questions are ones that are still being sorted out, but you know it when you smell it. as long as you haven't been in the room with it for the last hour or two. So that's kind of where this came from.
Yeah, I have to say, whether we pass Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment or not, I don't intend to support the amendment just because I do think I think it's already handled in our code. I think they are already required to follow these. And it's a condition of all of our licenses that they follow the code. So anyway.
Mr. Dunbar, one last
yeah.
note on that. The hearing officer, when this process happened, affirmed that normal sense of smell is a fine standard. So.
Okay. So, but we're discussing Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment. Any further discussion to that? Oh, the clerk never got a second. Is there a second to Mr. Weddleton's? Seconded by, okay. Okay, great. Seeing no more discussion, please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Bosky?
Turn off your mute, Amy.
Mr. Dyson?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. She's a little further north, but she's in DC.
That passed 9-1. All right, we are now to the amendment as amended. Any further discussion on this amendment as amended? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You can still use Mr. Weddleton. My fault.
I actually think this is already in code, so I'd say a no to it.
Yeah, I concur. No. Mr. Constant?
I fully agree. It's a redundancy, and it's a valiant effort to communicate to the community smell is important. It's already there.
Anyone else in the queue?
Mr. Dunbar, can you just summarize? Sorry, I dropped the call there. So
Yep.
Can you catch me up real quick where we're at?
We are voting on Mr. Rivera's amendment number 1, but only section number 2. And it is
The odor issue?
Yes, and it has been amended.
Okay.
It also has been amended to read odor of marijuana, period. Odor shall be in accordance with AMC subsection 21.05.055A.6 with that other verbiage deleted.
Okay.
And the rest the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, move to extend the meeting for 15 minutes to
Second.
End this meeting at 4:15, sir.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to extend the meeting. Is there any opposition to that? Okay, I'm not hearing any opposition, so the meeting has been extended to 4:15. All right, so we are now, okay, Mr. Rivera, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the arguments that my colleagues make. I do believe, what Mr. Gates stated earlier is important when this does come back up to us. And I think it's important that, again, when we're sending these clear messages to the community, that this is also an important issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, just that I think it is to some extent a repeating of code, but these are the areas of concern. And so even if it doesn't do any harm, and even if it only does a little bit of good, it's important, I think, to stake out that territory because it has been an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Okay, I don't see any other discussion on this amendment as amended, so please vote on Rivera Amendment number 1 as amended.
Mr. Bosky?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson?
No.
Sorry, I got confused.
We are voting on Mr. Rivera's amendment.
Just two?
Just section 2. Okay. That amendment passes 7-4. Okay? So let us take up, do we have new verbiage printed out and distributed for your amendment? Okay. Does everybody have it? Does the respondent have the new verbiage?
It's being passed out right now.
Okay. Can we also have that emailed to Ms. Dembowski and Mr. Dyson, please?
I'm going to pull mine, but I want to have the effective date start in a week, and scoot everything a week so she has time to do things orderly.
There you go. I emailed it to Amy.
Thank you.
Did you get it?
So,
Okay. Just offer this new one. Yep.
Eric, find reasonable times for me.
Okay. So the clerk just reminded me that if we get the first and the second to just move this S1 version, then we can just let the other version die. We don't need to amend the amendment. So could you make that motion?
Yes, I will withdraw the original and move the S1 version of what is now LaFrance Quinn Davidson Amendment 1.
And who was this? Was Ms. Quinn Davidson, were you the second? Do you want to second this one?
yes.
Okay. All right, so we now have before us the S1 version with a revised Section 1. I think you've explained it sufficiently, so why don't we move into discussion? All right, we'll start with you, Mr. Traney.
Thank you. Could you define what reasonable time means? It's kind of like sense of smell. What does reasonable time mean?
Oh, man.
What's reasonable to the individual, or what's reasonable?
I think we defer to Becky and Dean, but I think the intent was that we're not showing up at 2 a.m. and expecting that someone's there because they're not operating their business at that time. So that's kind of classic legal language that I think encompasses all of that, but you can add more.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Dean, do we need to define what reasonable time means, or can we just leave it in there as reasonable times?
Business hours.
Thank you. I would leave it as is because that exact same wording is used in the code section regarding inspections.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I know that we briefly discussed this slightly, the issue of the summary suspension, and it's my understanding that by code, we don't authorize ourselves the power to summarily shut someone down when they refuse an inspection. Otherwise, we would have done that when this happened. And so what is it by resolution that allows us to achieve a summary suspension? Ms. Wint-Pearson? Or Dean, either one.
I want to put myself in the queue, by the way.
That's in Article 8 of AMC 1080. Excuse me, it's 1080-825. It's titled Summary Suspension to Protect Public Health, Safety, or Welfare. And this says if the municipal clerk finds a person has acted or been continuing to act in a way that constitutes an immediate threat to the public health, safety, or welfare, the municipal clerk may issue an order to summarily suspend the license. So what this does is say the municipal clerk can go ahead and do that if there's a violation here of refusing an inspection.
So, if I might, then I
think that, if I may add a little more.
Okay.
This basically says the municipal clerk doesn't need to make that finding, that the assembly is saying if a inspection is infused, there's a finding that the clerk should proceed with the summary suspension.
So is this something that would be generally applicable, like an assumption that we could just empower the clerk to have so we don't need a code amendment to change to state that if you refuse an inspection, then you are summarily closed?
We have to put it on every, as a condition.
I mean, is this, so you're saying this is a power we already have?
Through the chair, I think that what you're doing is you're specifying that in this instance, with this establishment, refusal of an inspection should be deemed to meet the threshold set by code for summary suspension by the clerk. If you want to impose that, I think you're making a case-specific determination here because of past, which is justified by the past challenges with this particular licensee. If you'd like to build that in as a grounds for summary suspension by the clerk in the future, that would need to be for all licensees across the municipality, then you would need to do that via a code amendment via AO.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I put myself in the queue here, if you would, Mr. Croft.
Mr. Dunbar.
So a question and a thought. I generally support the goals here and this requirement to have increased inspections and to have them pay for it. The issue that I see is in Ms. Quinn Davidson's original version, it was a time limit. It was time specific. This version, I don't see a time limit, and I think that is perhaps a little excessive. I'd like to see 6 months or a year, not in perpetuity with this license. They are forever, held to this many more potentially inspections that they have to pay for. So I'd like to hear my colleagues speak to that, and then perhaps I will make an amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, Ms. Domboski.
Okay, sorry, I didn't text you to let you know I wanted in the queue. I would just say to that, your last point, I think it's a good one, but I would also say every year the license comes back up for a reevaluation should, they seek to reinstate their municipal license here. So I think every year we could evaluate the conditions on the license, and if it's no longer applicable, then we could remove this condition. I'm generally supportive of this, but I do want to just double check with Ms. LaFrance or Ms. Quinn Davidson. I don't have the written amendment in front of me, but Ms. LaFrance, when you explained it, I totally tracked it. Does what you're proposing, does it comport with what you explained before?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm supportive of this amendment. I think both of my colleagues have put in some thoughtful consideration as to the challenges and violations that this particular licensee has had, and I think it reflects specific to this operator, and I think it's appropriate, so I will be supporting it.
So I just want to briefly respond to that before I go to Mr. Gates. While it's true that we could reevaluate and potentially remove this requirement every year when it comes forward, I would prefer to build it in such a way where it happens automatically and then we can affirmatively place it back on in a year or 6 months or what have you, rather than, hopefully this will turn into a great operator and then it'll just pass through like normally. Usually we don't go through this long process with each. We have, batches of renewals that go through, and I think we'll probably want to look at this one a little bit more, but hopefully we'll get to a point where it's sort of like the others. Mr. Gates is in the queue, and then you guys haven't gotten to the queue yet, but I'd love to hear from you. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I was actually going to mention exactly what Ms. Dembowski said. Every year the license comes up for renewal. The code provides the Assembly may add, remove, or modify conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Suzanne and I were having this exact conversation here because I had, as you noticed, asked for a time limit. So I think that given the conversation we've had about the year and the renewal annually, I'm fine with leaving one as is. I didn't originally propose to, agreed to co-sponsor it, but I'm a little more worried about having that one be indefinite, because if you make one slip up for the period of a year, there's suspension or revocation proceedings begin. So are we just discussing one at this time, or are we discussing the whole thing?
We're discussing the whole thing.
So I think my preference, I don't know how to do it procedurally, but would be to put a time period on number 2 if we decide to go forward with that one.
Okay. So when you're ready to do so, you make an amendment to the amendment. Ms. LaFrance, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Originally, for the waste disposal part, this was in the context of a 90-day renewal. And honestly, I'm not sure how, now that we've voted to defer for 30 days, how that impacts this time frame. So I think adding a time period to number 2 makes sense. Were you going to propose?
Yeah, why don't... If you want to do it, Ms. Quinn Davidson, now's a great time to make an amendment to the amendment with a certain time frame.
Violation before 9/15/2019 shall be deemed.
Maybe in 6 months.
That's a year, but I'm doing. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Croft.
So, first of all, I think this, for Ms. LaFrance and Quinn Davidson, this is a brilliant way to wrap around what I think I was high-centered on between these two standards, to just say it shall be considered the kind of threat that was mentioned in it, gets us out of this where I was high-centered in the suspension. So I think the way to do what they're doing or wanting is under 2 in the third line, a violation before, and I picked 9/15/2019 for a year, but you can do any period you want, shall be deemed to constitute. So is sort of the will of the body 9 months or a year or 6 months, or what were people thinking?
I thought 9 days was the standard.
9 days? Yeah, okay, so Constant wants 9 days, that would be till October
Ms.
1.
Quinn Davidson or Ms. LaFrance, this is your amendment. Is there a time frame you prefer?
6 months?
Okay, so what is that, March?
March.
15th?
Mm-hmm.
The Ides of March have come.
So March, violation before March 15th shall be deemed to constitute, March 15th, 2019, shall be deemed to constitute a threat to the public health, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so do you want to make that amendment?
So moved.
Okay, somebody second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. LaFrance, even though it was originally Ms. Quinn Davidson's. So we're also helpful here, it's, yeah.
Minutes.
What's that?
6 minutes.
Oh, yeah. So let's discuss that there is a, Watson, let me say this. Is there any discussion on that amendment to the amendment? If not, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent.
I just have the question of why we wouldn't apply the same standard to the inspection timeframes, why we would make it a year. Oh, wait.
I think they said that the inspection is, more important. For me, it seems like you never should do that. The waste disposal is a more fluid thing that might not warrant summary suspension, but that inspection just is.
Okay, so we've got here, Mr. Gates, you're in the queue. Do you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, on the amendment. Thank you. So we're talking about putting their time off for waste disposal. I think that we also recently approved an amendment allowing them to take care of the plants for 30 days during the non-renewal period. And I'm not familiar with cultivation operations, so I assume there might be waste during that time that needs to be disposed of. And in that case, I don't think you need any kind of time frame put on number 2.
I gotta say, I don't understand what he. I don't quite understand what you mean, Mr. Gates, seeing as how we already made an amendment regarding care of the plant.
I guess it's not a legal point. I think a practical one. I assume if they can take care of plants during the non-renewal period, that there's going to be some kind of waste during that time.
Yes.
So I don't see why we need to put off a waste violation till later.
No, I think that's I don't think we are. I think it's I think there might be some miscommunication here. What we're saying is this heightened standard would exist through the period prior to the reinstatement of the license through March 15th of 2019. Okay.
Yes. Sorry for my misunderstanding.
No, it's okay. So, all right. Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? No? Okay, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that. Is there any opposition to the amendment to put a time limit on Section 2? Any opposition from the phone? All right.
No opposition. I support the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you.
So, Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you both.
I want to come back to item 1.
Okay, so now we have the amendment as amended. Can we have a motion to extend the meeting?
Mr. Chairman, if you'd called on me, I would have moved to extend to 4:45 one last time.
Second.
We need to get this done tonight.
Till 4:45 is your
Yeah.
goal?
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just about out of battery here, so
Okay.
you're going to lose me.
You will be excused, Mr. Dyson.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. I'm not seeing any opposition or hearing opposition to that motion to extend. We've now been extended to 4:45. Thank you, Mr. Training.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Constant, are you in the queue?
Yes, I am. Thank you. My concern with item number 1 is not about the second part, which is if inspection is refused. It has nothing to do with that. It actually has to do with the terms of the required inspection, the multiple inspections, and the payment for all of those things. To push that for the next year onto them it's an additional and continuing and ongoing burden. And I think after 6 months, if they are not yet kind of operating at a clean standard, then I think that we will know, and they're not going to be in business at that point, or they're going to already have been coming up for additional proceedings. But that at that point, it seems unreasonable to me that we continue to force on them a regular monthly spot, ongoing inspections that they pay for, and the reports, and that we have to hear at the Community and Economic Development Committee on a regular basis. And so to me, it seems like that first one also should have the 3/15 date, but the issue of the refusal to inspect, I think we need to address that globally in the code and not just on this applicant, because it is a serious enough concern that it should just be stated clearly and known by all licensees. A refusal of an inspection creates an immediate process to suspend your license. And so I would move that we also add the 3/15/18 date to the first section of this.
All right, so we've got a motion to add a 6-month time limit to section 1. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. So we'll have a discussion at that. At the same time, I'd like for the attorneys to figure out where exactly in section 1 that should fit. Discussion on Mr. Constant's amendment to the amendment to limit it to 6 months.
To the chair, we have a comment from the attorney.
Okay. Could people please use the request to speak function, and then if you want to call on so Mr. Weddleton's calling on Ms. Weltzine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to ask something that hasn't been discussed yet, and I think it's going to change. I hope it's going to change this March date just a little bit. Plant matter that's already been harvested and curing. We would like this effective date to be a week from today. That's probably the only way that this license is going to survive this. So if there's any way that we could, which would change this March 15th date to March 22nd. So I didn't want you guys to get too far down the rabbit hole before I brought this up, but it would be imperative to the survival of this company to get the effective date 1 week from today.
To the chair.
Yes, Mr.
I anticipate proposing that at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So,
I think, Mr. Chairman, we can just tell them to make these both effective only until March 22nd, 2019, and they can do it.
So it's if I'm understanding correctly, it's effective until the 22nd, but also not, the effective date doesn't start until a week from today.
Well, later is going to be
we'll deal with that later, I think.
An amendment from Mr. Weddleton that puts the effective date as a week from today.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Wint-Pearson?
Well, through the chair, we've just been chewing on how to draft this, and I think you could do it very simply by just stating at the adding prior to the commencement of paragraph 1, so that I guess prior to the word "the," state that for a period of 6 months following the reinstatement of the license, comma, and then begin with the remainder of the paragraph.
But Ms. Wint-Pearson, that would start the clock in 30 days instead of in 7 days.
Okay, I apologize. I think I missed that nuance. You want to add this requirement while the license, prior to reinstatement of the license, and conduct inspections when the license has not yet been reinstated.
Yeah, I think
okay.
So.
Then
Yeah.
I think you would rephrase to be for the period of 6 months commencing on the effective date of this resolution.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So that's only going to, as that's drafted right now, that's only applying to section 1. we could add that to section 2 as well, but then we need to delete the language we already added. Where did Ms. Swin Pearson go? Oh, sorry, no.
That'd be helpful.
No, okay, I'm sorry, let's do one thing at a time. So who moved and who seconded that? Mr. Constant moved, who seconded? Yeah. Seconded by Mr. Weddleton, an amendment to the amendment that would add language at the beginning of section 1 to read, for a period of 6 months commencing on the effective date of this resolution, et cetera, the licensee, et cetera, et cetera. Any discussion on that amendment to the amendment? Okay, not seeing any. Any discussion from the phone?
Nope.
Okay, stay safe out there. Any opposition to that amendment to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, ask for unanimous consent. That amendment has been amended. So now it reads, for a period of 6 months commencing on the effective date of this resolution, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that is incongruous with what we have done in section 2. So does anyone wish to alter that, or are we going to have 2 separate standards for the 2 separate sections?
I'd move to delete in section 2 where we said before March 15, 2019, and add at the beginning for a period of 6 months from the effective date or whatever, matching this section 1.
Second.
And that would be between the word disposal and the word all, correct? Because that's a title right there.
Correct.
Yep. So it now would read waste disposal, period. For a period of 6 months commencing on the effective date of this resolution, comma, lowercase a, all waste disposal shall be in compliance, et cetera, et cetera. Any discussion on that amendment to the amendment? I think we are working the clerks to the bone today. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Janet, you brought up that you didn't want us to start this for a week. Is that because, just so I understand, is that how long it takes for resolutions to become effective? So that's a consistent, or does the resolution become effective today, but you're asking us to wait a week? And if that's the case, I'm a little concerned, because does that mean you're not able to satisfy either of these currently?
No, it means we don't want the suspension to start. We want a week to prepare the employees and explain things so we don't lose employees, because they're going to have to fire probably, they're going to have to fire probably 16 people. So we want to explain things and hopefully have a way to hopefully get people to come back on board. And we need some time to do that.
So it's a larger comment to the whole.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a larger comment. I just didn't want to wait so long to bring it up when you did all the work. And
okay. Is there any other discussion to the amendment? Ms. Wynn Pearson, you're in the queue.
I apologize. I withdraw that request.
Okay. Any other discussion to the amendment? Not seeing any. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent again to add this verbiage to this amendment. Is there any opposition to that amendment to the amendment? Not seeing or hearing any. That has been amended. So we are back to the main amendment as amended.
Wait, what are we on?
Go ahead.
No, never mind. We're on their amendment still. Correct.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. We are currently on LaFrance Quinn Davidson amendment number 1, S1, as amended. Any more discussion on that? Okay. Please vote on this amendment as amended. I'm going to ask you to actually vote this time.
Yes.
Oh, push the button. That passes unanimously. Okay. All right. So we are back to the main motion as amended. We have one more potential amendment before us, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to bring this or some other amendment?
I will not bring the one that you have printed in front of you, but I would like to offer an amendment to change the effective date to September 21st and the date for reinstatement to October 22nd.
Second.
And if I can speak to it, this is, we just heard from their attorney, we give them a week to do somewhat an orderly adjustment to these very significant changes. And we don't want a company to be in desperate, dire straits. I guess we kind of done that to them, but the least chaos we create for them in this, the better. I think it's important to give them a week. They may have contracts for deliveries that would need to be met, so other businesses would suffer. And as I said, their employees and so on need some advance warning. So urge approval.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I want to ask Ms. Wint-Pearson. So what we're doing is non-renewing a license, and then we are non-renewing a license and then having a period of prior to the renewal of that license, and so we will renew that license. And what Mr. Weddleton is proposing, as I understand, is to shift the whole thing to the right by 1 week. Now, it so happens that 1 week still puts us within the deadline for the state, so that's fortunate. But is there any other legal reason we can't do what he is describing?
Through the chair, no, there isn't. The date of resolutions are effective as of the date of passage unless they are otherwise specified. So if you specify in the resolution that it is effective as of September 21st, then that's completely fine. As we've previously discussed under Title 10, the license remains in place until the Assembly takes action on the renewal request because the application was timely submitted. So the licensee would remain licensed under their prior license until September 21st, at which point your non-renewal decision would go into effect, and then the period after which they could request reinstatement would be as adjusted by Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Thank you, Thank you, Ms. Wint-Pearson. Any other discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought Mr. Weddleton said the 22nd, not the 21st. Did I hear that wrong?
9/21 for effective date, and the date for reinstating we shifted that as well, and that would put it at October 22.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
September 21st to October 22nd.
Actually, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just so we're explicitly clear, the reinstatement date is 10/22, not the suspension or whatever we're calling this. The revocation is 10/22, right?
I said reinstate.
Yeah, no, so she's got it now right up there. It says reinstatement date 10/22, because that's a day.
Absolutely. Okay. Any other discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment to shift the period of non-renewal by 1 week? The effective date of the resolution. Not seeing any comments, Ms. Demboski?
No, I'll just vote.
Okay. All right. Please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. Okay. Are there any other amendments to this document? Did we already do? Remember, there were two amendments we had to do. We did both of them already, right? Just making sure I haven't lost the thread at all. Okay. Any other amendments to this resolution? Okay. Discussion on this main resolution as amended. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. We have in our rules for marijuana a huge list of regulations. There's separation distances, there's rules on signs, rules on their advertising. And a main focus on that is to keep this mind-altering drug away from kids. And what I've seen in this is a fairly casual attitude towards the marijuana that was around the dumpster. We have in documentation that they were cited for it. It was noted at the end of January, hey, there's pot here. This is your last verbal warning. A week later, there's still some. We heard in testimony that, well, you couldn't really scrape it out because it had been there, some of it, for a while, and it was buried under ice, and you couldn't get it out. And, of course, there was some loose on the top that code enforcement scraped up. So this was an ongoing thing. There was pot there. And we have all these rules and regulations. They have gone through hoops to meet these, which are largely designed to keep pot away from kids. And they didn't see that this was critical. I mean, certainly the refusal of inspection is huge, but holy smokes. I mean, how could they miss this? And I'm worried about these operators that they're so casual about that. So what did they do? Well, over time, a period of 6 months, have come up with a good solution on that dumpster. No, do it right now. You move that dumpster in your building, you build the fence, you put a chain over it. There's so many solutions it could have done right now because You got pot sitting right there where kids can get it. And it just seems like they were kind of like, well, that's a problem we need to be thinking about or something. It should have been panic mode. And I simply didn't see that. So that has got me worried on this. More other points too, but we're up against the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support this S1 as amended. I was reading a document the attorney gave us, their attorney. It says Alaska Sense and Cannabis Alaska are committed to rebuilding the trust that has been broken between the business and the community. It has been broken. Hopefully this will be the process to renew it. I was in favor of going for 3 months. I can live with 1 month. That's the democratic process. Little d we play here. But it's their problem. They created this problem. Had they even bothered to look out there and clean it up, there would not have been marijuana there for kids to take off with. And that's the reason they kept breaking into it, because it's easy to get into it. And when they went inside, they couldn't even figure out where the motion machine was. So hopefully they'll clean up their act, because this is only a 30-day suspension. If this comes back in front of us, I guarantee you I'll be fighting for a complete revocation of this. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And they still haven't proved to me within a reasonable doubt that one of their competitors did not set them up. Once they had that original inspection, I guarantee you word got around to the other marijuana businesses that they had failed the garbage inspection and had been warned, and that would have been a perfect opportunity for a competitor to go over there and throw some marijuana on the ground to make it look like they were not trying to comply with the rules. And I mean, this is the originally when the cultivators started producing, the price of marijuana was really high. But once all the business licenses for cultivation were approved and they got up and running, the price of marijuana had dipped. And so it became very, very competitive. And so I can see why a business competitor of theirs might see an opportunity to try to eliminate one of their main competitors. And so I'm going to be a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Unlike my peer next to me, I do think that this licensee made all these mistakes. And I think that they were mistakes made by a new business and someone who surely has learned now that it's better to just deal with the problems when they come up rather than go through all of these machinations to make something happen or look different. But I think that it's pretty clear that this whole thing taken together, it's real. I think that the penalty here is 2 weeks too long, but I did not persuade my peers. And I do feel for the licensee and all of her employees. It's not about how big they are or how small they are, but that they are real people that we're about to shut down and cost jobs. But recognizing we have a broader duty to the community and the public safety, that we're striking a almost fair balance. So.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion on this license?
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Demboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I'd like to, correct here is this is not really a suspension. The way I've looked at this, I thought it was a very fair way and a very, I don't know if creative is the right word, but it was a thoughtful way that Mr. Croft and Mr. Rivera went forward, in that this is a non-renewal of a license, but they've created a fast-track mechanism for the licensee to be able to get their license reinstated. And I think that's important to put that on the record, because that's effectively what they've done. I've watched this body through a lot of discussion and thoughtful deliberation really consider the impact to the licensee, recognizing we're going to hold them accountable for violations of law, but also recognizing that, okay, there are going to be significant impacts here, and what does that mean? And so whether it's making the effective date a week later, not just cutting out and saying you don't get your license anymore, but finding a way for them to get a license back more quickly than anybody else would have been able to. I think the body has really bent over backwards to try to be, frankly, kind to this licensee. And I hope through this process, they recognize that the standard will be held, that the law matters, and that if you come back before us with another violation, I'm going to do everything in my power to bring the hammer down. So I expect you to abide by the law, cooperate with inspectors, and I wish you the best of luck. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Any other discussion on this license? Mr.
One last thing. Mr. Chair, I would be remiss to not say thank you to our code enforcement team who has to go out there and apply the code that we craft. We've crafted a code that's still a bit Swiss cheese and difficult to implement. And so they are out there doing the yeoman's work of ensuring all of these protections are in place as best as possible. And so through all of this, all these records that have been created, all of the work that's been done, I just give my many thanks to the code enforcement team for their consistent, persistent, and really public-focused work.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee?
Since we're thanking people, I want to thank Mandy and the whole clerk's office. You guys did a great job for us on this. You kept us on track. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. LaFrance, do you have any parting thoughts on this? Thank you. So I just want to very quickly echo what Mr. Trainee just said. We've had a lot of work done on this, at a series of meetings by our clerk team and our legal team. I appreciate that. I do think that what we're doing, if it passes tonight, is well within the legal abilities of the Assembly, and I appreciate the craftsmanship that went into that. I personally believe that we have not struck the right balance in terms of how punitive this is, and so I will be voting against it. I think we are being too harsh. The sum total of what we are doing is too harsh, so I will be opposing it. But I do not want my no vote to be interpreted as a desire to completely revoke the license. So with that, please vote on this resolution.
Yes.
That passes 8-2. Okay, so we now have before us the retail license. We have 10 minutes. If we do not complete this today, I intend to call another special meeting so that we can do this before the state's deadline. So I would appreciate another motion to extend once we get there. But first, let's bring it before us. So we are now on item 14. Is it 14 or 16? I don't have the agenda in front of me, unfortunately. Oh, thank you. Oh, there we go. We're now on item 4B, resolution number AR 2018-253S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana retail license number M10236 for Alaska Sense LLC, doing business as Cannabaska. All right. We are in discussion now. Mr. Trainee, do you have?
You want to move the S1 version?
Yes, I'm sorry. We're moving the S.
Move the S1 version, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Can we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Was there an S1 version for that?
Through the chair, yes. We did
Okay.
start with an S1 version, which does the same thing, gives
Got
you a clean slate to start with, and creates, I believe it creates an opening for the imposition of conditions on the license if you choose to impose any.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Pearson. All right, so would anyone like to bring any amendments or have any discussion on this? Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Originally, I had intended for the amendment that I proposed for the cultivation license to only be for the cultivation license.
Yep.
Because it's my understanding that the violations were for the cultivation license and not the retail portion. So I won't move LaFrance Amendment 1.
Won't be moving LaFrance Amendment 1. Okay. Any Okay. Would anyone like to move any other amendments to the retail license? Any discussion on the retail license? Mr. Weddleton.
I think we have obviously been treating the retail and the cultivation fairly closely because the same operators and so on. But I think the problems have been mostly associated with the cultivation. We've sent a very loud message with our results on the cultivation license, and I'm actually willing to let this one go as it is in this S1. Hope you will too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other discussion on this license? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with Mr. Weddleton. The problems were with the other half of this business, the cultivation business, and we've given them, in my opinion, severe punishment. And I think to pull this particular license as well or suspend it for 30 days or a period of time would be vindictive. And so I would like to allow them to renew this retail license. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Is there an option within this to just allow this to be renewed? Which option do we have to select?
I think we just vote yes. Ms. Honest or Ms. Wynn-Pearson, did you hear Mr. Constant's question? Could you restate it, Mr. Constant?
Do we have to do anything to this to pass it and allow them to continue operating their retail establishment?
Through the chair, we were just discussing whether the one piece is that as drafted right now, it states that you are issuing a conditional protest to the state until the items specified in Section 2 are resolved, and there is nothing specified in Section 2 if you don't amend it. So we would suggest that you amend this to waive your protest to the state and direct the clerk to notify the state accordingly. I think you'd probably also need to amend the title potentially. We've just been batting that question around. So that's the one change I think you'd need to do if you'd like to approve the renewal without any conditions and not protest to the state.
So can we get that language drafted up? Because I don't think it'd be smart to do it just loosely.
Yes, you may. If you might give us a few minutes, we can get that done.
So did we extend already?
No. Can we have a motion to extend?
So I move to extend to 5 o'clock.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion to extend?
Mr. Dunbar, I'm about to lose my battery here, so I don't think I'm going to be able to stick around.
Okay, but do you oppose that, or will you just be excused?
No, it's fine. Can you excuse me?
Yeah, you are excused now, or whenever your battery dies. Okay. All right, our attorneys are working on that.
Just a bathroom break then.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute bathroom break. Man, you see, the attorneys never get to go to the bathroom.
No, the devil has to keep working.
Attorneys are not the devil.
I totally agree with you. Every time it's started.
I know, I feel like I'm so alert right now. I mean,
Yeah.
I should say something, but definitely, like,
Yeah.
very nice.
Of course. This is thinking about the bus schedule. Oh, I know. And it's like, yeah, that's really. So I got
got your work out for you today. So, so I'm trying to just keep up with everything. And I know you guys are also. And so right now, their license for the city is suspended. Yeah, for the Alaska Sense. Yeah, because there's Alaska Sense, then there's the retail, which is Canada Basket. So, I'm sorry. So, yeah, just to be clear, Alaska Sense, theirs will be suspended in second. Meaning they won't be able, even though they'll be able to take care of their plants, they'll just not be able to. Yeah, they'll not be able to. Yeah, but they won't be able to sell like they won't be able to sell it to Canada Basket like they can.
So, remind me, Mr. Constant, you had asked for an amendment of some kind?
Yes, the purpose of the amendment that they're working on crafting takes this resolution that's crafted in such a way that it defaults to a protest and it turns it into a waiver of the protest so that we can allow them to continue operating their retail store.
Okay. Moved and seconded by Ms. LaFrance. All right. So, we'll let them work on the exact language. Is there any, just having a conceptual amendment before us, is there any discussion on that amendment? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So now we're to the point where we need the actual language. And I might have jumped the gun here a second, but we needed to get this under before 5. We just need a majority of those present, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
No. 6.
Oh, we need 6. Okay. Yep. All right. Do we have the language?
Through the chair, almost. This is a little, it's not quite as simple as just a one-line change because there are a series of provisions of this resolution that contemplate a conditional renewal of both the municipal license and a conditional protest of the state license, and both of those concepts are being pulled out to issue a clear renewal of the municipal license and to rescind the protest or not issue a protest.
Can we take up audience participation now if we get a motion to change the order of the day? Is there anybody? Yes. Madam Clerk, could we do that? Okay. Can I get a motion to change the order of the day, take up audience participation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay. Not seeing any opposition. Is there anyone who would like to participate? Please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Madison Valley. I follow the public process. The public process is done appropriately. A decision made by the governing body is more like in public interest. Where do I begin? I'll be brief. Within the time frame you've given me. What I witnessed in on these issues that are before you tonight is a scenario where I remember the words used, quasi-judicial. Now, you had public hearings. In the middle of these public hearings, you came up and came across, and I'm not talking about this meeting, but previously on these issues, and you said quasi-judicial. Then there was an unknown situation of what was the rules on that. Then you dealt with issues of conflict, who had conflict and all that. So what I'm saying to you is, when dealing with this issue that's before you for the last several meetings, you changed the rules in the midstream. You can't do that. If you have to do it, you have to start all over again. And the end result is you had a situation of obviously prejudicial situations occurring with people having their opinion, because in the end result you brought this issue back, and you need to start all over again. Now also I'd like to notice this with all due respect, and I witness a lot of things, to have 2 assembly members online saying they have battery problem, to be connected on issue or any issue, and you do nothing about it except they're excused, is wrong. You need to connect with the people. You also need to connect with your own members of the assembly and show that respect. Also, I noted this meeting was another thing. Amy Dabowski, assembly member, noted to you all on the record that she did not have an amendment before them. Now, nothing was done as far as recognizing that. Did Amy get a copy of that? Dabowski, nothing was done with that. You just continued on with the meeting as is, ignoring the fact that, well, not all members of the assembly got a copy of that. And then, in closing, too, is you're in the works right now on an amendment, okay, and Amy Dabowski may see it or may not see it, but the fact is you let this thing go without even members of the assembly being online to be connected with that. So how can you make decisions in this matter that make it sure that it's right? It's not right. And you continue, as I've said over the years, you conduct a policy of indifference. You do whatever you want to do. And respect assembly members before you on previous, the ones, you're doing the same thing. And as long as you do that, this, which I audit the public process, you ignore it, and remind those 2 laws, Open Meetings Act and a separate state law to provide a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. And that, I end with 10 seconds to spare. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. There are no questions. Is there anyone else here from the public who would like to participate? Any other audience participation? Okay, seeing none, I close that portion of the agenda. I'll note for the record that we did email Ms. Demboski the amendments, and that we have a quorum and can legally take action at this time, including amendments. Do we have the amendment ready to go?
Yes.
Oh, it's been distributed? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this amendment? Can we have copies provided for the public and for the respondent? They're up here? Okay, wonderful. Any discussion on this amendment? Okay. And this would waive the protest of the renewal of the retail license to the state. Okay. All right. Please vote on that amendment. That amendment passes unanimously. We now have before us the S1 version, main motion as amended for this retail license. Is there any further discussion? Okay, not seeing any, please vote. No? Yeah.
Janet Weltzine for the council through the chair. There's just the wrong license number in section 5 of the amendment. Super, just one number off. It should be 10236.
Okay. Well, we'll consider that a scrivener's error, and that'll be changed in the ordinance. Correct? Okay.
Resolution.
I'm sorry, resolution. And the municipal attorney says yes, that will be changed. Thank you, Ms. Weltzine. Okay. With that, please vote on the main motion. That passes unanimously. All right. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Like
Whoa.
Adjourned.
Hold on.
Comments.
There's no assembly comments on this agenda. Yes, we'll give a moment of personal privilege to Mr. Wettleton.
All right, thanks. We have Community Economic Development Committee slated for next Thursday. Nothing on the agenda yet. However, while all this is fresh in our mind, I would like to have a review of our fine structure for marijuana and various penalties. Look at the section on waste disposal and various ways to deal with that. Also, we should be considering how we do our odor rules. There's been challenges with that. We may stick where we are, but we should look at the many alternatives. Ms. Weltzine gave us a report that discussed it, and I'd like to see something from the industry, maybe a proposal on what might work better, and then also from code enforcement. So that will be on our agenda for next Thursday. If you have other things to add, what we've learned in the last 2 weeks on this, email them to Mandy, and we'll get them on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Wettleton. Ms. Wynn-Pearson, you were in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind the Assembly that the code prohibition on ex parte contact remains in place until the deadline for reconsideration of the decisions on these 2 licenses issued tonight expires. That deadline is 15 days from the date of this decision, and so that does prohibit Assembly members from speaking with the licensee directly or members of the public or with members of the press until reconsideration on the that deadline for reconsideration of these decisions has passed.
Don't forget the Assembly body has 24 hours to reconsider an action by the Assembly. It has to be moved and seconded. It has to be moved by the prevailing party if somebody wants to reconsider action.
Okay. All right. That's interesting.
Move to adjourn.
Yeah. Moved. Second? Moved and seconded. We're adjourned.